Good morning and welcome to the November 3rd, 2021 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands. Okay, $20 for cell phones ringing during the meeting. Okay, we acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of the city administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. I think all council members are here though. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. So can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed? That motion is carried. Approval of the minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the Executive Committee held on October 20th? That was Councillor Zakidniak. Thank you. Any error or omissions? Any errors or omissions? None. I will call the question. Any opposed? The motion is carried. So, first of all, we have delegations for EX 21-72. I'd like to call upon the delegation Jeff Barber, Sean Quinlan, and Gail Kruger, representing the Regina Public Library. Welcome. Welcome. So please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you are from. You will have, normally it's 5 minutes, but because there are two of you, 10 minutes to address the committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee may have for you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mayor Masters, members of City Council. My name is Sean Quinlan. I chair the Board of Directors of the Regina Public Library, and I'm accompanied by...
What's wrong?
Excuse me, I have a conflict of interest. Somebody, employee, know very well, works at the library within HR. So.
Okay, sorry I didn't put your microphone on. Okay. All right. So Councillor Mole is excusing himself because of a conflict of interest, so if we just wait a moment. All right, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm accompanied by Jeff Barber, our library director and CEO, and we also have via telephone our finance manager, Gail Kruger, who is available. We'd like to thank you for allowing us to present on behalf of Regina Public Library. Like many organizations, 2021 was a year of ups and downs for RPL as we navigated changing public health orders. The library continues to offer library services and support not only in our branches, but through them and through our digital services. Customers continue to share their appreciation for all we've done, and we're proud to be there for them and to find new ways to serve the community through this pandemic. 2022 promises to be another busy year for the library. I'm here today to ask you to review our 2022 budget and request an increase in our library mill rate of 2.46%. I will explain the rationale for this request in a moment, but first I want to clarify what a 2.4% increase means. The library's mill rate is not calculated the same as the city's. The increase we are requesting is equivalent to a 0.22% increase in the city's mill rate. That's an increase of about 40 cents per month or $4.80 per year for the average homeowner. Meanwhile, we have sought efficiencies to keep our operating costs low, and here are some examples. We've reorganized our workplace and continue to ensure efficient use of staff and resources at all levels. We are introducing new technologies to improve routine materials processing, and we are optimizing our digital offerings to create savings in transportation time and costs, staff time for shelving and circulation, and equipment and other expenses tied to managing physical materials. Where digital circulation once represented about 10% of the total circulation for the library, that figure has risen to almost 30%. RPL surpassed its 2019 total of 220,000 digital checkouts in the first 6 months of 2021 and is poised to double our digital circulation by the end of the year. The provision of digital services is one that we will continue to expand in 2022. I'll share a few more stories of our work to date this year. We continue to see a tremendous uptake in our online Indigenous programming. We've partnered with local Indigenous organizations to offer special events to raise awareness about our shared treaty history and impact. For example, an author reading on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation brought hundreds of people to Central Library and to view our online streaming event. We are presently building an Indigenous services strategy to increase our focus of Indigenous heritage and culture throughout the library. RPL made strides in 2021 to increase the amount of support available to our business community. Lynda.com, a popular online learning tool, merged with LinkedIn Learning. LinkedIn Learning offers over 16,000 courses in 7 languages. Normally there's a cost associated, but it's free for library customers. RPL also added Irwin Law e-Library to our website, which offers several useful documents for business owners, and we also offer free legal support through regular visits by Pro Bono Law Saskatchewan. We continue to provide regular programming for small business owners, newcomers, and job seekers, and celebrate Small Business Week and Financial Literacy Month. Earlier this year, when our branches were closed, we saw a noticeable difference in services accessed at our suburban branches compared to our inner city branches. Our suburban libraries were used regularly to borrow books and other materials. Curbside pickup was heavily accessed, and circulation numbers were consistent. Use of Central Library was focused on accessing technology, Wi-Fi, printing, and other physical supports that aren't otherwise available to the customer base who were downtown. While digital divide has always been apparent at RPL, the pandemic has made it especially evident. The library found additional methods to support these customers, including a free curbside printing service, use of curbside telephone, expanded Wi-Fi reach around branch perimeters, and the provision of up-to-date community supports information during COVID. Work continues to ensure Central Library is a safe and welcoming public space. Our goal is to be a key leader in enhancing downtown, and we work with the City of Regina, the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and other community stakeholders to boost the downtown experience. We believe there's an opportunity to enhance Regina's downtown through a unified, consistent approach to services and activities. We partner with other organizations to ensure our programs complement, not overlap. These are just a few examples of how the library has responded to our community's needs in the past year. Our work to maintain services during the pandemic demonstrates our resiliency and adaptability in the face of tremendous upheaval. Libraries have been around since ancient times, and that is why we adapt and respond to the needs of our community. We saw a shift in how resources and service offerings are used. We learned there's a need for library resources beyond books and beyond safe and welcoming spaces. Practical and hands-on resources such as printing and telephones are absolutely critical for our customers. And we learned that as our customers and community adapt to a new reality, they expect their public library to be there for them. So as we move into 2022, we are committed to working within our budget and the $4.80 increase for homeowners. We have and will continue to find savings and efficiencies in our operations, and we will continue to play an important role in the community now and for years to come. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Do any members of the committee have questions of the delegation? So I have, which one is flashing? Which one is the first one? Which one? Councillor Shaw. Does that work?
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the work that you do. Our libraries play a very important role to the people and the children especially, and seniors in our society, in our community. When you mentioned that you restructured the staff, can you give examples of that restructuring and how you went about doing it to save money through the chair?
I'll turn that over to Mr. Barber.
What we did was looking at the organizational structure. It was quite hierarchical and needed to flatten to support what we knew. Although the new strategic plan for the library is coming to the board in November, we knew the direction it was heading. So we flattened the organizational structure and used there used to be 3 steps between me and a director in the library, and 3 steps between me and a department head. Now the actual department head row has been eliminated. The 2 steps in between me and those have been eliminated. And I have, actually we used the city as a bit of our guide. I have a group of executive directors that reports directly to me. So we have flattened the organizational structure to make sure that we can bring, in conjunction with some changes we made a few years ago in bringing management directly into our branches, pulling decision-making more directly to where the decisions need to be made, and ensuring that the structure is flat enough that even where something has to be escalated, it can be efficient and quick. So the flattening of the structure is one of the things that we're looking at to make that more efficient. One of the others is looking at our structure not as something that is stagnant, but something that's dynamic. So we are looking at, in our executive director roles in particular, we have defined them predominantly to be executive directors and only secondarily by expertise, so that they are interchangeable and that over time we can position ourselves well for succession at Regina Public Library. The position that I am in legislatively requires a professional librarian, and I'm getting to a particular age where knowing that we have viable candidates for succession is a concern for the organization. So in those executive director positions, we're also positioning for succession in ensuring that the majority of them our librarians and are prepared to be at least candidates in an eventual competition.
So should I say these, I'm not sure if I should be asking if Jeff is speaking, should I be asking him these questions when it's his time to speak, or the follow-up questions to those questions?
Ask,
Chair?
I'm sorry,
ask questions to either of them, or even
Yeah.
to Ms. Kruger, who's on the line.
Okay, well, that was just a follow-up question to that one. So what you've done is you've restructured it to make it flatter, so you've taken the managers and moved them into executives, is that correct, through the chair?
I think, I'm sorry, but I can hardly hear you.
I
Is there
know.
is that just the way it is?
It's the mask.
Sorry. Sorry, can you try again?
So I'm trying to figure out, so when you said that you've flattened the, so now there's only one step to you, so you've taken managers out of managers' positions and put them into executives through the chair, is that correct, how you did that?
There was a senior manager position and department heads below that, and I merged that role of the organizational structure, so there is only one.
So you moved employees that were in scope to an out-of-scope position, is that correct, through the chair?
No, they were department head for us is already a fairly senior position.
Okay, okay.
So they were, and then we had a senior manager above that. We pulled them in. They were already all within that same pay band, so it didn't require pay adjustment. Oops, it didn't require pay adjustments. So it was moving within the out-of-scope, senior out-of-scope group.
So just to follow up on that, what is the pay band through the chair?
Oh, I am it is. I can give an approximate one. Gail on the line would be able to give the exact one. It's in the range of 110 to 160. That's as close off the top of my head as I can get. Gail, who is on the line, would be able to look it up.
Ms.
So
Kruger?
that is very close to what it actually is.
So staff are getting paid from 110 to 160. Do you mind if I ask you what your wage is through the chair?
Mine is around 204, 205, something like that.
Would I be safe to say that you and the executive staff would benefit from a pay increase with this mill rate increase that you're suggesting through the chair?
I can't comment on myself. I think in terms of the executive group, some of them are at top of scales, so not really. Some of them are within that scale and based on our performance management system might be eligible for increases based on this year, next year. But that would happen regardless of the increase. It's a part of our performance evaluation system.
Right. I'm just having a hard time. We at the city council, we are scrimping and saving and trying to pull every dollar that we can.
Councillor Shaw, you have to ask a question.
I'm going to ask a
Okay.
question. So, being that said, and you announcing that you make over 200,000, your executives make 110 to 160, can you please explain to me how cost savings is being done within the library structure to help with our economy, especially during a COVID time, through the chair?
In our, Sean has kind of talked a little bit about some of the areas that we look at, and some of those areas within our staff are about, actually, certainly within this reorganization, looking at empowering senior management to be able to make more decisions and ensure that we don't have to have as much hierarchy as we used to have. But that evaluation of the positions within the library goes from top to bottom. Every vacancy we have is evaluated. Every pay level within the library is evaluated in a vacancy and also evaluated periodically as a level to ensure that within, say, just as an example, within a pay band 6, that is a pay band for the library that requires an undergraduate degree. So that within pay band 6, we evaluate the work to ensure that pay band 6 is doing the maximum amount, or the highest level of work possible for someone in that pay band without increasing a pay band, and also not spending their time on duties that are below that pay band, and duties that could be done by someone, for example, who is a pay band 3. So there is a constant balance within the library as we evaluate every position and evaluate our bands in the reorganization to ensure that our staffing levels and staffing pays are as efficient as they can be.
A question to that. Have you personally yourself made any sacrifices at the cost of?
Councillor Shaw,
Yeah, I know.
just a little personal.
I know. I'm trying to figure out, because I'm trying to justify giving this mill rate increase, and it's really, really tough when we ourselves as councils have made enormous sacrifices and we get paid nothing. And I'm trying to figure out through the library, I mean, I looked into some of your programming, and the programming that I looked into has been cut because nobody was showing up. So I'm trying to figure out what sacrifices the staff, you as the CEO, have made in order to help us justify giving an increase to taxes to homeowners that are already just at the wit's end for taxes. So you can answer that or not answer that, that's fine. I just wanted to ask it, so.
Well, I think in terms of sacrifice, I think as a staff, and I'll speak of staff as a whole rather than as individuals, but throughout the last couple of years, we have, and probably similar to the city, we have been up and down on the COVID roller coaster a number of times, where we have had staff coming and staff going, where we have been ordered to close and had staff, where we've been ordered to open again and don't have staff because they have resigned or because they have children at home and can't come back to work, or whatever those various reasons are. So I think, you know, the sacrifice in terms of our staff as a whole, they have all made the sacrifice, I think, of personal life, personal health sometimes, to be able to continue to come to work, to sometimes come to work when we're understaffed because we've been ordered to open, but we can't hire people quickly enough. So I think in terms of, and in terms of programs, having to, you know, still looking at evaluating a program that is underperforming in one environment, and as I think Sean talked a little bit about, we have been experimenting a lot in COVID with online service delivery, and then back again to some in-person and hybrid service delivery, and finding out if it's going to work. And we're still in a point at the moment, I think, where we understand that people, while people can get together, some people are still a bit nervous. And so we do continue to evaluate those programs and see if we should continue them in this format, if we should change to a different format. So the work continues, and in a lot of ways the work is augmented because of the fairly constantly changing environment. But I would say that over the last couple of years I've seen my staff step up to that.
With all due respect, I wasn't really insinuating the staff that don't make very much money. It was insinuating yourself and the executive team,
Sure.
but that's all the questions I have. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Next is Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the social work practicum student that's identified on page 5. Sounds like a great initiative. I understand the value of the downtown library. Could you explain that program, the results of that student, And secondly, do you imagine the RPL to be a contributor to the city's community wellness plan and perhaps the plan to end homelessness, given what you see every day in the downtown branch?
I think to the first part of your question, the student that we had last year was the first student we've had. We had another one start last month, so we also have a student this fall, and are looking, actually, I would have to confess, I don't know all the ins and outs of the social work program, but there is another opportunity next year for a longer term. And it has, by our measures, been incredibly successful. The person is only there 2 days a week, so that's a little bit limited. But it was, for us, a pilot project. It was an opportunity that came up specifically because of COVID, ultimately. And we've pursued it, and I expect we will continue to pursue it. One of the things that has been very helpful is that while we have frontline staff who are trained in various things and work with the public, sometimes a very challenging public, that the social work students are bringing a particular kind of skill that's been very helpful to work directly with some of the people that we work with in vulnerable communities. So they have that experience and can kind of bring that service up a level because of that. So that has worked out very well, and I expect it will continue. I think the work, RPL has often worked with the city on various projects, and yes, I do expect, I have had some conversations with city already, and as has one of my executive directors around some of the city's plans that I think are coming out later this month, and our ability to support that. So we do work with the Regina Human Services Partnership, and are looking forward to continuing our work in that area, understanding, yes, that the city is coming up with some broader plans that we do hope we will be a partner in.
Thank you. Through the chair, we've talked about accessibility, specifically at the Connaught branch. Can you walk me through the state of the investment in that infrastructure and what we can see in the future to ensure that the branches are, especially the older ones, are accessible to all people?
Sure. You want to do this? Okay.
Yeah, you can take that.
So accessibility is, at Connaught in particular, Connaught is the only location left at RPL that has public space, that is a program room, in the basement that is not very accessible at all. We have recently, in response to customer concern, we have a back door that goes into a back staff door that is the easiest one to retrofit. So actually, last month we retrofitted that door with handrails and as well as a camera and microphone system, so that someone who needs that kind of access can call our front desk and someone can come and help. And also with a handrail down some further steps once you get in that door. We're also just putting on handrails at the front door, which will, in the broad staircase to go upstairs from the front door, there will be a handrail in the middle of that so that people can use that. So those kinds of retrofits are working for the time being. What we have been doing is any program offered at the Connaught branch for the last 3 or 4 years is also offered at some other branch that is accessible. So we have made sure that that's accessible somewhere else. But the Connaught branch itself has challenges. We've been looking at what to do in the long term there, and our infrastructure challenge at Connaught is the movement of the ground that the branch is on, and the challenge it's creating for the foundation of the building and the upper part of the building. That means that fundamentally that the foundation really should be fixed before we consider something more permanent like an elevator. So that gets rolled into our new strat plan that I mentioned, and that will come up in 2023 for the library in terms of a branch renewal plan and how will that fit. Right now, we have done the other modifications, not terribly expensive. They're under $10,000. And we're just actually at the point where this customer has agreed to test it for us, but hasn't been able to yet. So we're just waiting to hear feedback.
Okay, thank you.
That-
Thank you. Through the chair, libraries are community space. I get residents who reach out and want to talk about possibilities of community gardens and other programs. Are you amenable to those kind of discussions with members in terms of how to use the grounds and to work with you to actually make the libraries more accessible and inviting for different purposes?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And who would be the person in the library to speak to about that?
It would be good to start with me,
Okay.
and depending on where they are, I would refer them to someone else. But.
Thank you. Final question, Appendix A, 2 line items, service innovation and finance and strategy. Can you walk me through what service innovation is? It's a line item about 3.4 million.
Oh, okay. And this, councillors who have been on council for a while may notice that this is a representation. Our budget has to reflect our structure. So this is slightly different from last year in its structure. But service innovation is one of our areas of focus in our new strat plan. So as is finance and strategy and customer experience. Very, very heavy focuses in our strategic planning. So what we're trying to do with service innovation is, that is the division within the library that is trying to future-proof us and look at programs and services, certainly from a current perspective, because we do open every day, but really positioning the library for future and positioning the library as an organization so that everything within the library and everyone within the library is able to contribute, whether that is finding an efficiency within a paging unit or taking on an entirely new service that we find out that Reginans need. We're looking at ensuring that the library is, yes, we always have the needs, the traditional needs of reading and checking out books of community space, but that we're always looking at that future and looking at what do Reginans need, where a public library is the best place to find it.
Would you be able to provide council with a detail of that particular line item between this report and when it comes to council for budget approval?
In terms of my explanation, or
Yeah, it would be helpful just to see
for sure.
more
Yes,
details
yes,
with
yes.
it. But that's helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Next up, is Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you for coming this morning. Can I get some clarity around the 2.46 mill rate increase? It's on the average homeowner. Can you just elaborate what that is? So is that on a $300,000 home, or how is that calculated through the chair?
I believe the figure we use is a $350,000 price range for.
Okay, great, thank you for that. I cannot remember, was there any funding that came from the federal government in regards to any COVID dollars that went back to the libraries at all to assist during COVID? Through Madam Deputy Mayor?
There was, in 2020, there was a program that provided us with $25,000 that offset statutory deductions. I can't quite remember what the program was called, but yes, we did receive a $25,000 grant for statutory deductions reduction.
Okay, that was it, though. Okay. I understand the library has done some really good work around the helping individuals who do not have computers or printers to be able to print off.
Yeah.
Can you just just elaborate what that uptake has been? Has it been a lot, or is it just, what is, and is it just at the main library or around, how has that worked through you, Madam Deputy Mayor?
It's been, and this is something that we ran during the times that we were forced to be closed. So what we tried to do through our curbside service is offer anything that we could possibly provide someone that they could just pick up. So we encouraged people to send in print jobs, and they would email us a print job through a form that we had. We would print it out and have it in an envelope at the door for them to pick up. And the service was certainly at some branches more used than others, more heavily at Central. I would say in terms of users, there were, I think in that 7-week period, about 120 print jobs. They were, and we did have some limits on it in terms of reasonableness in pages, but fundamentally it was government forms, resumes. It was the kind of stuff that people really did need to use. We offered also during that time, we offered telephone service, some telephones at some of our branches where we had, otherwise if you can come into some of our branches, we do have a free telephone for local calling. And those we put outside on a cart, and at those branches, actually a similar use to printing. We were on October 1st when the new rules were coming out and the protocols were coming out. The library actually was not exempted until 20 to 4 on September 30th. So we were actually scheduled and had planned to start a curbside computer access service on Monday, October 3rd, that we didn't have to invoke. But finding that access to some things that we all take for granted is actually something that's quite difficult for some people to access. We found that certainly in our first round of closure, the digital divide and the access to technology is actually quite a hardship for a lot of people. So we offered those things at the library. At the same time, we struck up some partnerships with some other service agencies in the earlier days where we know that some of our customers are also clients of theirs. So we offered computers that people could use in their establishments because they were actually able to have customers and when we were not. So using our network, I guess, and mechanisms to ensure that we can provide that service. And it worked out very well. I am glad in this last round that we did not have to do that because we were also involved in doing having COVID vaccination clinics for SHA and assisting people to access their records and set up e-health accounts and print out the vaccination proofs. So if we had actually not been exempted, we would have had to completely stop all of that. So it's worked out, I would say it worked out really well, and something that highlighted a shortage that we have in the community.
Thank you. Do you know what was the mill rate? Sorry, excuse me. What was the mill rate increase in the last 2 years? So, do you recall what it was last year or the previous year?
I'll have to call on Gail, who's on the line. I know last year was 2.9%. The year before,
2.59.
Ask Gail.
It was 2.59 last year.
Was it the year before?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed that.
Could you repeat that, please?
Last year's request was 2.59 on the library mill rate.
Thank you. And the previous year, do we know what that was?
I'll have to rely on Gail on the line for
Sure.
that.
Ms. Kruger?
Could you give me a moment? I would have to look that up.
Yeah, I've got another question, that's fine. So, just in regards to the new, the 2.46, which is about $5 a year, right, on a household, $350,000. I guess the question is that in that whole, when we look at that, we've talked about hearing about a new library. And we've heard that was a campaign started a few years back We know with COVID, things have been on hold. Is that still ongoing, or is that, because I know there was money put away for a campaign, and someone was hired to look at the feasibility of a library, a new library, and I know people have asked that, so when they see a mill rate increase, of course, I think they think there's going to be some work in that area. So can you just please elaborate on where that is, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor?
I must admit, I didn't get everything you were asking, Councillor.
Sorry, I apologize. So just to, with this increase, when people see an increase, they're going to think that, because there's been talk about a new library and where that's at, discussions around, I know there was money put away or started for a campaign, someone was hired to do the work. So I guess, does any of this increase, is it working on that, or where is that at right now through you?
This increase doesn't tie to it. What you were talking about on basically a fundraising campaign, the library has just recently hired a new director of fund development who is in the process of developing a campaign to raise funds as we move along towards the renewal of Central Library. We still don't know what form that would take at this stage, but we wanted to get the fundraising program underway and have all the plans in place. So I believe the person just started on October 1st. So we don't have access to the plan at this stage.
Okay, thank you. And just the last question, we've talked a lot about the main library. As we've seen the growth in the city, I'll speak on the southeast. We have many newcomers there. I saw programs in here that work with some of the people who cannot afford those programs. Can I ask about, are those programs going to be eventually out into the new areas where we have housing? I'll give an example, the playscapes, those programs that are offered through some of the other inner city, because we do have a lot of homes now that are for low income or women fleeing domestic violence. So I'm just wondering what the library, how you're moving out into those areas for programming.
And the moving out, whether it's to areas or actually different demographic, different parts of the community, we do that through our community librarians, and we have within the system we have a community librarian for every 2 branches, as well as one at Central Library. So that model is one of the things that's currently under discussion, and one of the things that's supported through this budget is getting the last one of those community librarians. But the community librarians are responsible for engaging communities of various kinds. Sometimes it will be newcomer communities. In this case, it is a newcomer community, but it's also associated with a particular part of the city. So in terms of the detail of what we're doing with those, I would have to ask my community librarian in that area. But the community librarians and the branch managers in an area operationalize that. Okay. Detail exactly on what we're doing down in the southeast, I would have to look into.
Yeah. I might just mention further and I think it's part of your question, we're looking at our whole branch renewal process. It's part of our strategic plan beginning in 2023. And what we're looking at, we would be working with the city's plan as to where growth is happening, because where we have our existing branches, etc., the world has changed, especially when we look up at the northeast, the southeast, especially even down in the southwest corner. So there's a lot of things that'll be looked at very closely, whether, it's building a new branch or expanding or, all of that's sort of on the table, but we're looking at that, and we have it in 2023 because we have a number of other things on our table for right now.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I have Councillor LeBlanc next, and then I'll be going to Councillor Hawkins, who I accidentally turned off his mic. So I think this is... So Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thank you. You folks do a lot of commendable work with Regina's Poor, printing off government documents and so on. Thank you for filling that gap. My question generally is, are you happy to continue doing that work, or if there was a way for us to get some of that work off the library's plate, would you appreciate us doing that?
I'm certainly, I would say, happy to have anyone support community in whatever way they need. One of the, for the public library, it's one of those, it has turned out to be one of those things that was a community need we identified and filled. I am fairly sure that there are people who did find other mechanisms for printing what they needed, who had a friend and could go over and do something at their house. But we needed to make sure that there was someone there for those who had nothing. If there are other ways to do that, we absolutely are always in conversation with our partners about who's doing what and how do we best accomplish something.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the work the library does in the community year in, year out, and especially in this past COVID year. I have two questions. The first, technical. In the revenue line of the budget, there's $1.5 million for grants in lieu. Is that money paid by the provincial government to the library because the provincial government does not pay municipal taxes?
Yes, provincial and federal governments.
Okay. Thank you very much. The bigger question builds on Councillor Bresciani's question. The Central Library has reached the end of its useful life in infrastructure terms. You've been planning around that issue. Can you tell us a little bit about the need for a new Central Library, about the state of planning, about how public input will be gained to that project, and what timelines you're looking at?
Well, you're correct, Councillor. The board and the administration of the library have been spending just under 2 years going through contracting some consultants to provide background. We've been meeting, we've met with a variety of stakeholder groups. We're taking a look at a variety of options. As you've been aware and the community's aware, the condition of the existing Central Library is not up to code. It was built in 1962 for a city of 110,000 people. And it's got a variety of problems. We had an engineering study done a number of years ago, or a few years ago, that indicated that in order to bring it up to the minimum code, it would cost approximately $50 million. So that's an item that has to be looked at. So we're looking at a variety of options. We're continuing to meet with a number of people. We've had Councillor Stevens brought up accessibility. We've had 2 or 3 meetings recently with the Provincial Disabilities Office, other stakeholders. Accessibility is a major item and that we have to look at. We also have to look down the road at a library that's going to serve this community for the next, say, 30 to 50 to 60 years. I believe the community's plan is for a city in excess of 300,000 people, so we have to look at doing that. So when we come back to the timeline, I'm hoping, and I'm only one of 9 board members, that by early next year, we'll be able to come back and sit down with City Council and say, here's what we're looking at and where we would like to go. With respect to the community involvement, we have been constantly surveying people through our branches. We did a major study in March of this year that both online and telephone polling, looking at a variety of things with respect to Central Library. So all of this information has come into the board and will help us make our decision. What I would hope for, and we'll see what happens, is I would like eventually to come down and present one decision rather than, throwing out 3 or 4 options, which there are. So that's, it's a major job ahead for our board, and we have a very good, strong board, and I'm very positive that we will come and make a decision and bring it to you that we feel is in the best interest of the citizens of Regina and the future 50 years or so of the city. And it's got to meet all the conditions. I know the city is looking at sustainability and the environmental impact. So we have to bring all of these things together. It's not as simple as one might have thought initially, and I find that the more we get into it, it's very complex, and that's why I hope early in the new year we'll be able to come to you with something.
Thank you very much. We look forward to that recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Next is Councillor Zakitniak.
Don't you mean Councillor Stadnicek? Okay. I have a few questions. People always get our names mixed up. That's why I said that. One of my questions through the chair is there, this one should be pretty simple, is there still a printed option available with my events for those who need a printed option instead of online?
The tool is only online, but programming can be printed from our website. So I'm not sure if you've seen it. There's a way on the left. There's a menu to narrow the kinds of programs you might be interested in. It'll generate a results list on the right, and that can be printed off. It can be printed off from home or at a library. Anyone, if someone needs it printed because they don't have that ability, we will print them for free. If someone comes to ask a staff member for that assistance, they'll print the program list for free.
Okay. So my next question is, in your budget submission at the end of the Appendix A, it talks about there is a change in purchase goods and services from 2020 to 2021. So this is in the schedule of expenses by object. And I was curious if you could, I don't know if you, it's near the end. So purchase goods and services, 2022, there's like a $1 million difference between 21 and 22, 1 million more in 2022. Can you explain that line item a bit, please, through the chair?
Sure. And that ultimately the the expenses by object is exactly the same kind of budget as the statement of operations and funding adjustments. It's just presented differently. One breaks the library's expenses and revenues down by the function of the library, and as it says, this schedule breaks it down by the object. So what it amounts to is that most of the expenses that are related to the mill rate request are in fact purchased goods and services. So for us, that is a couple of different things, and one of them is the this represents increased expenses and projects in the repair and maintenance budget for us. Because our buildings are typically older, we don't have significant capital expenses related to our buildings because our buildings are written off. So when we do fixes next year, next year I know one of the things on the list is Connaught Branch needs a new roof. So those kinds of repairs for us are operating and not capital. So purchase of goods, a significant amount of that is about repairs and maintenance, and we have a significant increase next year in repairs and maintenance needed. One of the projects actually is also the entryway at the Sandra Schmerler Center, and because our library is there, we pay a proportion of that cost because we share the building with the city. So a big part of that is an increase in the cost of repairs and maintenance. We also are undertaking one of our service innovation projects is a project in the library for radio frequency identification of our materials, primarily positioning us for service offering, for a future service offering, also for efficiency in terms of using machines to do some of the things that currently humans do, but that also are in a library that typically circulates in the millions. That's repetitive strain and a number of other issues it creates. So we're looking at using some machines to do some of that. It also positions us for services in the future where we will more easily be able to offer services and offer access perhaps to physical materials in more places than just our physical branch locations. So that project is being initiated next year. The other thing that comes up in that line, and that is the shift this year, and you may have noticed it in the statement of operations. E-books used to be a capital expense because generally physical books are a capital expense. Physical items in a library are capital expense. E-books are no longer a capital expense at RPL, so this year represents a shift in that the e-books are now expensed as operations. Largely that is because not everyone, but most e-books have become license arrangements rather than purchases. So we pay for, especially in the bestseller arena, we pay for an item. Depending on who the publisher is, it might be able to be circulated 26 times, and after that it is electronically, it disappears, and we have to buy another copy. So e-books have moved from purchase of goods and capital to licensing. So that amount also represents the cost of books.
Okay.
What used to be a cost of books.
Okay, great. As a follow-up, then, so I also noticed a category for branch development, which was 620,000. And so I think I was assuming some of the repairs that you were mentioning were under that line item. Is that different then? Like what's included in branch development?
Branch development is when there is a capital project at a branch, the board will use, it's a capital fund. So something, ultimately for us what that means is something very significant. And at the moment that is a part of the board's setting aside money for future development. There isn't in 2022 a targeted capital item, but as Sean has mentioned, 2023 is the beginning of our branch implementation. $620,000 is an amount that we'll reconsider in 2022, simply because although it has been helpful up to this point, it is also, in terms of construction capital, it's a very small amount of money.
Okay, sorry, are you saying that you're planning to reconsider that 620,000, or are you saying that that is set aside for future branch development?
Sorry, yeah, it's the consideration I'm talking about is more in the 2022 discussion about budget for 2023.
Right. Okay. And then is it accurate then that that is set aside for future branch, like the request is to have money set aside for future branch development? Is that accurate then?
Yes, because 620,000 in and of itself isn't enough for a project.
Okay. Thank you. I understand, or I believe there was to be a capital infrastructure plan that was to come forward this year. Is that accurate? Did I miss it, or is it still coming through the chair?
It is still coming, and ultimately will be a part of our discussion. I understand that we're going to be having discussion with the city soon about multi-year budgeting, and so we have kind of pulled those conversations for our purposes. We have to pull those conversations together, and to some degree, as Councillor Hawkins has asked about Central Library and branch development has come up a few times. That is in our plans for 2023. All of those pieces are connected.
Okay. I just have a few more. Now, can you tell me the last time that there was no mill rate increase requested of City Council? Is anyone, I don't know, yourself or anyone else able to recall?
I would have to ask Gail if she has that handy.
I believe it was 2018.
Okay. Okay, and can you also, can you provide a justification for a mill rate increase during these times of economic uncertainty and difficulty for many residents? Like, what would justification can you provide for that, please?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure
So I'm just asking, so a question could be posed. Can you justify a mill rate increase during these times of economic uncertainty and difficulty? What justification would you like can you provide to give for a mill rate increase?
Oh, okay. Do you want to do that, Sean, or do you want to address that?
I guess the justification, and I'll let Jeff expand on it, but we have, right now we're in negotiations for a new CBA. Our CBA expires at the end of December, so we have to prepare for that. Jeff mentioned we're replacing the roof on the Connaught branch. We're doing a refreshing of our Sherwood Village branch. And we, I guess, worked with the city and provided some funding to provide the front entrance upgrade at the Schmerler Leisure Center, where we have our Sunrise branch. I believe Jeff is also creating a couple of more frontline positions, and he could perhaps comment on that.
Yeah, and and I kind of mentioned in terms of an earlier question, in looking at our support for community and our community librarian role, that is one of them that is incorporated here. The other is, while it's a different role, it's actually a role that we're proposing to give us full-time access to internal expertise on accessibility. Accessibility has become not only, of course, at a single location, and not only from the point of view of wheelchair access or physical access and accessibility, but also accessibility has many different forms. And we have internal expertise, but we have had that expertise tied up with some other work, and we want to be able to get that person full-time in working through an accessibility plan for RPL that we can implement in the coming years. The work that we're doing within the community, I think is something that we continue to hear appreciation for from community. And as we look forward into 2022, we have planned fundamentally to look at a year where we believe that some of the ups and downs of COVID will begin to subside, and that we are looking at a year that is the start of the start of a move to, I guess, a more normal-ish or a new normal, however we want to phrase that. So getting the library back into full open hours, getting the library back into being staffed to support the work that we have planned, the work that our new strategic plan asks us to do, which is also includes some organizational change and organizational work that requires the positions that we're talking about. So, you know, I think in terms of what the library is doing, we continue to serve and adapt to community, and ultimately if I am wrong and COVID continues to be disruptive, as I'm sure the city has, in a public service environment, that in and of itself is a significant amount of work to be constantly adapting to. So I think in terms of Regina Public Library, we have repeatedly seen the support of our community. We have met the need of our community and stepped up whenever asked. So we have planned a budget in 2022 that allows us to continue to do that.
Okay, I believe I just have one final question. So, and first, I definitely appreciate the way that the library has been able to pivot and offer new services, and I know that the library plays a critical role in the community. My question is, if you didn't receive the full mill rate increase that you are requesting, would you be prepared to put some of the refreshes and upgrades, would you be prepared to push those to the next year as an example of something put off if you don't receive the full request that you made?
Ultimately, I would have to certainly consult with our facilities, infrastructure, and services director. But normally, items that are on our repair and maintenance budget to be done, they get on there by being urgent. Mm-hmm. So certainly, many of those items are urgent. I would have to check with them about whether there are any that we could delay by a year. The Connaught roof, I would suggest, is not one of them, just knowing that it was actually, we were hoping to do it this year, but it has to be done next year. So it's something I'd have to look at and consult with my director on. And ultimately the budget is a reflection of the board's will, so it would be further discussion with the board about how they would like to manage that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, that's helpful.
All right, thank you. The next speaker, Councillor Mancinelli, please.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, mentioning the upcoming plans for the main branch and the renewal, have you been in talks as one of the stakeholders with Heritage Regina?
You'll have to repeat that, please, Councillor.
Sorry. In mentioning the main branch upgrade or rebuild or whatever has to happen at the main branch,
Right.
as one of the stakeholders you've been in talks with, has it been Heritage Regina?
That's the nonprofit group. We've had a couple of meetings actually to date with the city's person. I don't know what her actual title is, Emmeline Hill. We've had extensive discussions with her and a member of the city planning department with respect to it. I have had, many months ago, I received a communication and I talked on the phone with someone from Heritage Regina, and I did mention to them that where we were in our process, and at some point when we're closer, we would sit down with, I believe, the president of Heritage Regina and another person, and we still plan on doing that, but we're not at the stage to, we just stare and look at each other right now. It's,
Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure they were aware and know what's
Yeah.
going on, because I know they're quite a vocal advocacy group.
Yeah, I believe it's Mrs. Schmidt, and I have her phone number and email, and she has mine, and
Perfect.
so.
Follow-up question. A lot of my material's been asked already. I noticed one other thing that I had a curiosity to, your governance costs. They were reduced by about $25,000 year over year. For how much they are, that's a fair reduction. Is that symbolic, or what's going on there?
It's actually really just a policy change. So up until this year, board policy required an exact amount of money be in the budget. And this year, the board changed its policy to be reflective of trends. So in the end, the trend analysis of that expenditure was lower than the absolute amount that was dictated in policy. So the board still certainly continues to meet and deal with issues and seek professional development and training. It's just a switch in policy that meant it can be trend-based instead of absolute.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Next, we have Mayor Masters.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to follow up on a question from Councillor Zakidniak. In terms of the $620,000 that was in the capital budget from 2021, where is the $620,000 from 2021? Did we set that aside?
Yeah, if there is no project that is set aside and it becomes a part of the capital reserve.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you had to say.
Oh, yes, if it is not targeted to a project for the board, it becomes a part of the capital reserve.
And the capital reserve financial statement is where?
It would be a part of our balance sheet. It's not included in the budget. It would be included in our audit.
So every year, for how many years have we set aside $620,000?
We started in about 2016 perhaps, but initially that amount went to pay the library's contribution to the Mumway Accident Center.
Understood. Through you, Deputy Mayor, what is the balance of the capital reserve?
It is, I'm going to have to ask Gail.
Ms. Kruger?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's approximately $11 million.
Thank you. On page 8, through you, Deputy Mayor, on page 8, there is much talk about improving efficiencies. As an example, you go through the central library, amalgamated central audit. What's the dollar value savings of those improved efficiencies?
I do not know them off the top of my head.
Do we have we looked at, if I'm looking at the budget and I see that services are going up in expense, customer experience, service innovation, finance and strategy are all going up on expense line items, and you've fully explained relative to
about $450,000 for the e-books that shift from purchase of goods to licensing. Where would we find these efficiencies that are noted and listed reflected in the financial statements?
The budget that is here is the consolidated budget. So we work internally with a more detailed budget. So in terms of, for example, if for wages, benefits, and honoraria, what is seen here is a consolidation that is the ups and downs across the entire library. So that level of detail isn't included here, and the net increase is always the result of, yes, there are frontline positions here and freeing someone up to be our accessibility person, but at the same time, yes, there were other positions changed from full-time to half-time or discontinued that don't show up in this consolidation.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Through you, Chair, I think this is more of a board question. Do you have examples of where the library has saved money during the pandemic or created efficiencies that have a dollar value attached to them?
Yeah, I didn't catch the whole thing.
Do you have an example, as the board would have oversight over the internal, more detailed financial statements, do you have an example of there's many efficiencies that are listed here in terms of undertakings, whether currently realized or potentially be realized? Do you have a dollar value attributed to what the expectation is for savings that would be reflected in the financial statements?
Actually, off the top of my head, I don't have that, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I would...
Thank you. One last question.
I will try, I will get that. I will check with our audit committee chair and get that information to you.
Okay, thank you very much. One final question through you, Madam Chair. There was a suggestion here in terms of potentially not having a mill rate increase as a delay in a capital project. What's the risk associated with delaying capital expenditures?
Jeff, do you want to?
Yeah, our challenge fundamentally is that we are already in a position of having a difficult time keeping up with our infrastructure needs. As I mentioned in response to the earlier question, fundamentally an item gets on our list for repairs and maintenance once it is critical or urgent. So we do try to get ahead when we can. If we have a small project and a little bit of budget left over, we do try to chip away at some of those, but ultimately the needs of the library do at the moment exceed our access to funds for capital.
Understood and agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Findura.
Thank you to Madam Chair. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good to see you. Thank you. Just a quick thank you to you for what you do to serve the community. Appreciate that. First question, it piqued my interest in your presentation on the lynda.com. Is there like a dedicated person that looks after this program, or is this just at the library and you just bring your library card and you can access that? Do you know anything about, do you have any records of success of this program, or how do I look at that? So I have some other questions on that one, but can you answer that through Madam Chair?
Yeah, and lynda.com, which is of course, yes, switched over to LinkedIn Learning, is something anyone in the city with a library card can access either in the library or at home. It is an only digital service, so whether you access at the library or at home, you can get in with your library card. I don't have usage statistics in front of me, but it is fundamentally as a service, it is a very large consolidation of various kinds of courses and instruction. If you were sitting down for the first time and wanted to learn how to use an Excel spreadsheet, you would be able to use LinkedIn Learning to go both from the basics of not knowing even kind of how it works at all to courses that are quite advanced and would guide you through becoming a bit of an expert at that. So it's, and the field of possibilities, it's not just software, it's how to be a good public speaker, it's how to deliver a program to a child. It's a broad kind of topics, but I would have to get some user data and send it to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So is there a dedicated staff or anyone at the library, if anyone comes in to ask how to access that or help for, or ask for help, is there someone that's dedicated, or you just any staff member can help with that?
Any of our frontline staff would be able to help you find it on a computer. Within the library, you don't need to log in, you can just access it, but they'd be able to help you find it on a library computer and help you get into it from home and tell you how you would do that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Transferring material between transferring material to the province's libraries. Is that program still going, and what's the, do you have an idea of the cost of that? Who looks after that, or the province helps with that as well?
It's, yeah, the Saskatchewan's public libraries legislatively are required to cooperate, and they cooperate through reciprocal borrowing, which is the ability of anyone in Saskatchewan to use any public library in Saskatchewan, through interlibrary loan, which is fundamentally, if you've been in the library and you find an item that you want, that item that you're looking at in the catalog actually could be anywhere in the province. If you choose a title that Regina does not have, it will be sent to you automatically. And the other requirement is participation in a union catalog, which is in fact the fact that the catalog you look at when you come into the Regina Public Library shows you the entire province's holdings. So yeah, that program is very much still going, and it is a matter of provincial legislation, so I would expect it to be going for some time. It has been going for decades up to now, but has been automated for the last dozen years. It is partly, the province provides public libraries with a resource sharing grant to support that system, and we receive $612,000 in that range from the province each year to support our participation in that system. The other expenses covered by the province are, there is a CNET, community net line provided for every public library in the province. And as a city, ours, of course, is more beefed up than it would be in a small town, our bandwidth. They also, from one library to another, the transportation of books, DVDs, of those materials is managed by the province as well.
Okay,
So Regina moves materials within the city, but if something has to go to Weyburn, the province moves it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. That will lead me to a question on the qualified employees that qualified and well-educated, like you said, the librarian you need, but you were mandated that way. That qualified employees, my question is, it definitely leads to efficiencies, meaning it being an efficient how you deliver the service. Would you say that you can't just bring anyone into the library? There's qualifications that needed to actually deliver the proper programs and to deal with the library issues. Would you say that is somewhat correct, or am I?
I would say overall, in terms of partner organizations that we work with, the library typically, the educational credentials at the library are probably on average a bit higher than might be usual. Yes, in terms of understanding library context, understanding what library service requires, yes, that is something that you need when you come in the door. We require, our librarians must have a master's degree, and actually most of our other directors and executive directors have graduate degrees as well as, and actually we're normally are able to recruit people with more experience than we are asking for as well.
Okay, thank you. And in your representation, you talked of a workplace culture plan. I know there were some questions asked. I'm not sure if that was complete. So within the workplace culture plan, what would that entail? That goes in from management down to staff, through maintenance, all that. So that encompasses all that. How does that work out?
It's a plan very much oriented toward and focusing very much on customer-centeredness, and it is something that was one of the priorities in our strategic plan that kind of wraps up this year, but it is carrying forward to our new strategic plan as well. That customer-centeredness is a strategic priority for the library. So we're focusing on work on culture within the organization that is specifically oriented towards support for library customers as our primary goal.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to throw in a quick. Most of us don't realize what the library is or does. No question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Are there any other questions from committee? No. With that, then, I will thank the delegation for your time and for patiently answering all the questions, and ask that you return to the gallery. And Ms. Kruger, I'm going to ask if you could please leave the meeting as well. So now we're going to consider item EX 21-72, the 2022 budget submission, Service Partners, Regina Public Library. Can I ask someone from the administration to introduce the report? Mr. Rary, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been called many things. Through you, Mr. Chair. And that wasn't meant to be a knock on Mr. Weary. Through you, Madam Chair. So this report is before you because the Public Library Act requires the public library to propose the library mill rate to City Council, and it's then under that act, City Council's responsibility for approving that mill rate. They present their budget as an information item to support the mill rate request that they have before Council. And what the report is recommending is that their mill rate request be referred to the 2022 budget deliberations that will occur later in December, and Council will then make that decision as part of the deliberations of the overall budget for the city.
All right, can I have someone from the committee move the report? Councillor Stevens, are there any questions from members on the report? Councillor Stevens?
Yeah, thank you. Just one consideration through the chair. I'd asked a question. There was a back and forth regarding upgrading accessibility at the Connaught branch. If possible, could administration work with the RPL to provide us with a high-level cost of what fully accessible infrastructure would cost at that branch? My concern is if we don't have a plan for the future of that facility until 2023, there's an uncertainty of whether or not it stays open, what kind of investments are required. I think it's a long time to wait. Right now, someone who is in a wheelchair and someone we discovered cannot access that building. And I suspect that should someone pursue a human rights complaint, they would be successful and we'd have to invest in it anyway. So as an undertaking, if I could get that information before this comes to Council for budget deliberations, I'd be very thankful.
Mr. Lacey?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just make a couple of comments. Certainly, we can reach out and offer assistance to the library. We've done that on other issues to help them work through that issue. I would just, say at the end of the day, the library ultimately is an independent entity from the city. And with respect to their infrastructure and decisions they make around that, that is with the library board. but certainly we will reach out to them and provide whatever assistance we can to help them.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. I support the recommendation. I just want to make a brief comment. Nowhere do we as a city get a better bang for our buck than with the buck that we spend on our library. This request is a modest request. It barely covers inflation, if that. Anything less would cause our library to be restricted. The needs have been clearly outlined, especially the capital needs, and also the quality of service that has been provided during COVID has been outlined very well and is appreciated by the community. I believe that the intelligence of a city can be measured by the quality of its library, and I'm anxious to see the quality of our library maintained and improved. I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Administration, I'm going to ask you to answer a philosophical question. Through you, Madam Chair. What's the importance, if you're looking at this and you're just an average person and you say that they have $11 million in a capital budget and are coming to us for an increase in operating, could you explain from a financing perspective why it's important not to use capital reserves for operating?
Mr. Lisa.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. You know, the public library, like I think all public institutions, infrastructure, taking care of your infrastructure and having an infrastructure deficit is something that I think all public sector organizations struggle with. I think that goes for the library as well. So the importance of having a capital reserve to address those issues is, I think, critically important. And I think particularly with respect to where our public library is at right now, with respect to renewal of their central library, having a reserve and continuing to build that reserve is important to ensure that they are building funds to help replace that central branch as an example. And by building up their reserves, it hopefully in the future reduces the amount of debt they may have to take on or reduces the amount of future mill rates because they are building up the reserve.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just how does the conversation start with the growth within our city to the coordination of services like a library in some of the new areas, if it be in recreation facilities, or how does that in the planning start? Because I think we've been talking about it for quite some time now. We've seen highest growth in Councillor Hawkins' area as well as my area, and I know that the library they are aware of it, but how does the city, I guess, start having the conversations to say that we've outgrown the library there, or how do we then, if we can't get a library there, how do we start ensuring that the services that they're offering there are meeting the need of some of the new immigrant families that have moved out there, or again, in the people who are in the lower income housing out there to reach those individuals? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. You know, that really speaks about city growth and city planning and how we plan for that growth. So perhaps I'll just refer that question to Ms. Howard for response.
Ms. Howard? Or do you have to be? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, these are conversations that we would have as we're growing our city, and just like with our recreation plan and our other facilities that we would need, we would have those conversations when we build new facilities, like Mama Waitston is a good example, where we try and partner and bring people together to have these conversations on how we can have joint facilities that meet multiple needs within the city, and it also provides the most efficient use of dollars when we're collaborating and working together. So as we grow, we'll continue to have those conversations. We are doing a project in your area specifically where there will be those types of conversations with those people at the table. And then as other areas grow, the conversations will continue for those types of facilities. We try and partner with the school boards, et cetera, in order to address as many needs as we can when we build facilities, or partner with people that are building facilities.
Okay, thank you. And just elaborate on that, if there's not, we know there's going to be something coming down the road, but the library obviously offers programs, but sometimes they don't find their way out there because sometimes of the fact that, or city programs, I'll give you an example of Playscapes or a few of those, have not been out there in the last few years. And how is that coordinated with the library? I guess is my point is I'm seeing a real need in the library and in those services as well as city programs. And we heard them today speak about working with the city for some of those city programs that are offered through the library. I guess I'm just wondering, is that conversation done with our community services area, or who ignites that, I guess is what I'm trying to understand. So.
Through you,
Ms.
Madam Chair. So, yeah, there's kind of twofold. If it is about programming, then that would work with our community services area, and then if it's planning generally for facilities and those sorts of things, it would be the planning area. I'm not sure if Ms. Sullinger has anything else to add?
Through the chair, I believe the project that Diana was referring to was a needs assessment specifically in the southeast of the city. So we're currently working with a consultant to understand what the recreation programming needs are in that community, both with the community association and then looking at it from the city side as well. So once we have those recommendations from the consultant, we would look at how we address those needs.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, who's flashing? Councillor Shaw. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just have a couple of questions, some follow-up questions. Now, we talked about the accessibility night. Councillor Stevens had passed on the person that we're talking about to me since I'm on the accessibility committee. We handled the situation really well once we got going, and it was within a month. I mean, this lady had been waiting she filed a report in 2018. So my concern, though, is when they were talking, they said they were talking about an elevator in the Connaught Library and the amount of money that would cost. And we, as a council, because I've been looking into the chair lifts that will go up so we could maybe possibly have a wheelchair accessible water slide. But I'm wondering, what I'm concerned about here is, obviously we all know that I'm huge on accessibility. This library needs to be accessible to everybody. Everything needs to be accessible to everybody. But at the cost, I'm worried that they're going to say, oh, an elevator can't go in there because of the structure of the building. But would the city administration be able to say, you know what, we could use a chairlift on those stairs? Is that possible through the chair?
Who's going to respond?
So through you, Madam Chair, ultimately the decisions with respect to that infrastructure are with the library and the library board. That does not preclude administration from having conversations with city library officials and working with them with respect to making suggestions, but those decisions ultimately reside with the library and the library board.
Okay. Now another follow-up question from Councilor Brasciani's request. They talk about a feasibility or a study as to where the library is, and we talk about how there's nothing on the east side, so on and so forth. Has there been any talks to possibly, instead of one main library, build a couple smaller libraries through the chair?
Through you, Madam Chair, I have not been involved in any such discussions, but I'll ask, and Ms. Howrlock is nodding in the negative as well, so I don't think we really have any information to provide you there today.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have questions, so if you allow me, I have maybe a comment or two. I don't have any questions, but I have a comment or two, if I may. So I do as well support 0.2% for what the library does. It's a small undertaking to provide the service to our citizens of Regina. And you talk about new Canadians, you talk about seniors, you talk about children, school children coming in, accessing all these services. Most of it, like I mentioned in the comment, was that some of us don't realize really what the library is or what the library does. And it's important to recognize the strength for the libraries being the hub to our community. It isn't just the books and CDs or things. It's a place where you meet people, and that's what the main thing about is interaction and having the human interaction. That's where all of the social aspects of life, it gets better. So, and even through the pandemic, as you've heard, a lot of the vulnerable individuals were able to access the library. That was their only place that they could go. It makes sense to continue high level of importance and what the library brings. And if you think about 7+ languages that you can learn what's happening here, and then you can link in the lynda.com, you can do that probably 7 or 8 languages. It's very important for that. Just a last little comment. I had my start 45 years ago at the library. And so it's an important story to tell that as a community, we need that. It's an important asset for individuals to be able to access that. We do a lot of things, we spend money on a lot of different things, but such a small undertaking to get such a large return on a dollar. So, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. There are no other speakers. Councillor Stevens, would you like to close? No? Mr. Clerk, could you start the vote then?
Madam Deputy Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all councillors present voting in favor, with the exception of Councillor Moll, who is absent because he has a stated conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. It is 10-11. We have another large delegation. So someone is called, Councillor Moll can come back into the meeting? Okay. I'll wonder if we've forgotten about him. Are they on the line? You could let them, okay, yes. So our next, they're on? Okay. So our next item is EX 2173. We have delegations, we have 4 people. Now, they are each going to do a presentation and each speak for 5 minutes. And I ask that you hold all your questions until all have spoken, and then we can open it up. We might be at our break time at that time. So I'd like to call upon delegations Monique Goffney-Miller, representing the Provincial Capital Commission, Judith Verisic, representing the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, Lisa Gibbons, representing the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District, and Tim Reed, representing Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Please introduce yourselves for the record, the organizations you are representing, if any, and where you are calling from. You will each have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee may have for you. I believe Ms. Goffney-Miller, you are first. Go ahead, and welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. And if I can get a confirmation that you can see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the festival, the Regina Winter Festival, which has been branded as Frost Regina. I will share my screen, and I am certainly hoping that that will work as well, if I can get a verbal confirmation that that is functioning.
It is. Frost Regina is on our screens.
Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, I'm here in the room representing Regina Winter Festival, or Frost Regina. But before I begin and introduce myself, I'd like to recognize right away that we are in Treaty 4 territory and the home of the Métis. My name is Monique Gauffinet-Miller. I am the Provincial Capital Commission's CEO, and today I will be representing one of 4 hubs that will be part of Frost Regina. My hub that I am presenting on today is Wascana Centre, in specific a hub that I will outline in just moments. But I'd like to pause for a moment and just mention that I am representing with my colleagues here a 21-person committee that has invested hundreds of hours to build a really exciting and vibrant new citywide celebration at those 4 hubs that you will see here today. And we are very much humbled to be in the room asking the city for that funding ask of $150,000 to support this citywide celebration. So that today we have the leads of the 4 hubs, and they will present themselves as you have asked them to. We are going to be talking about how we're going to be activating our hubs between the dates of February 4th and the 13th of 2022, which is the inaugural year of Frost Regina. My name again is Monique Gauffinet-Miller. I'm the CEO of the Provincial Capital Commission, and I come to you today from 2900 Wascana Drive in the heart and jewel of our city, Wascana Centre. So I will allow my colleagues to introduce themselves as they present, but allow me to move to my next slide, and I will proudly present what my team has brought to you today. I'm both here as the CEO of the Provincial Capital Commission and as the co-chair of Frost Regina, and we're grateful for the city to be supporting Frost in the funding that we're looking at here today. This event will be allowing us to do some incredible additions to the city of Regina, as we mentioned, wide across those 4 hubs, and we're excited to bring this to Regina and create new opportunities and experiences, not just for our citizens in Regina, but for those coming to visit us in our tourism. The first which I would like to outline is in 2020, the PCC obtained approval for what you see here is our branding, Rink on Wascana. It will be constructing a permanent rink on the lake surface, and that will be at the Legislative Landing, north of Walter Scott Way and Queen Elizabeth II Gardens. And if you want to envision where that is, you're walking straight out the front steps of the legislature and the seat of government, right down the gardens of Queen Elizabeth II Gardens, and then onto the lake ice structure. So it will be a beautiful rink that will be the centerpiece of the PCC's winter programming in Wascana Centre, especially for Frost Regina. We're thrilled that the Wascana Centre was selected as one of the 4 hubs, and the theme of our hub is active recreation, focusing on youth, families, and accessibility and inclusion. Wascana Centre's programming will center around the new rink as our hub, and all programs will be free of charge to the public. That is a commitment we've made. We will be developing the PCC's focus on diversity, accessibility, and inclusion through all programming elements that we do. For example, we've already located and spoken with and secured a dog sledding company that will be offering 2 days of programming and be teaching about Indigenous traditions with dog sledding, as well as allowing people to experience that throughout the park. We're in conversations with Hockey Saskatchewan and partnering with Sledge Hockey Lessons, and we're excited to partner with the Outdoor Hockey League on our signature event that's called Hockey Night in Wascana, where we're aiming to create incredible experiences for youth athletes. The PCC's invested already $200,000 in the development and building of that ice rink that I spoke to you about, and a warming shack. An additional $25,000 has been allocated already for winter programming on the rink, and the Frost Committee's additional funding that the PCC would use to activate this hub would be all in Wascana Centre, with additional exciting events for that Frost Festival. And it would obviously have long-term impacts because this infrastructure will be staying for years. The following description here is going to be showing what we would do with that $105,000 request from the Frost Committee. We would be using $15,000 to use to enhance our overall footprint around Wascana, the rink on Wascana. You can see that there. Warming tents for guests, heated tents, securing additional washroom facilities for winter. And we've heard the public, they're wanting that. And we'd like to also contracts winter wagon rides that are very nostalgic around Wascana, around the legislature. So by maximizing our footprint, we are also going to be doing that hockey night in Canada and focusing right in on that hub of the ice structure. We are working and partnering with Rancherlo Outdoor Hockey League for this, and the event will feature a 3-on-3 hockey, non-competitive, under 9 age category, but we really want to bring that NHL style experience for those youth. That $10,000 would be coming from this Frost Committee. So it's a give back event. The other piece that we're looking at is a $25,000 investment in a Krios lighting display, which is most definitely engaging, and it would be in the Queen Elizabeth Gardens. Currently there's no power there, so we've had to put a $12,000 infrastructure install, but that would be utilized for multiple things throughout the season, and we're looking for that to be able to be leveraged here. We can see even our team has thought about staffing this and security as being a high point, so everyone can be accessible to this. And then our last piece here is $25,000 programming so that we can work with our external partners or our partners in the park to make sure that we are reaching out to places that we already have been talking about with the First Nation University, as well as places like the legislature or the RSM or the Science Center, so that they can participate in this as well. And we've secured, as I mentioned before, Eagle Ridge dog sledding from Indian Head, Saskatchewan, so we're very excited to bring that. And the $5,000 to bring it to 105 is for signage. That's for specifically Frost branded signage that would be utilized throughout those years. So that is my presentation. I will say that I did have questions here because I thought I was closing, but I recognize that I'm passing this to my colleague now, Judith, and she will be representing her organization. We'll take questions after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goffney-Miller. Stay on the line, and I call now upon Judith Verasek.
Hi. Thanks, Monique. Geez, that's a lot to live up to. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present to Executive Committee today. I'm Judith Verasek, Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I'm here at 3239 Margaret Road, the heart of Varsity Park in Ward 4 by Councillor Bresciani. As you know, COVID has tremendously affected our hospitality industry, and RDBID, Regina Downtown, is no different. Over the past year, Regina Downtown has had to postpone or greatly adjust our traditional events and programming that happen in the Park, Plaza, and FW Hill Mall. Working on this Frost Regina event with our fellow hub partners has been a wonderful experience and a small but much needed return to normal. The presentation I'm making today is about the planned program for the downtown hub for Frost in Regina. So I'm just going to share my screen now, and oh geez, you'd think I would know how to do this after a year. Can you confirm that you're seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So the Frost Regina hub, I'll just put this aside. So just to orient everyone, this plan view is of the City Square Plaza. You'll see the cenotaph there at the bottom of the screen, and then
Excuse me, Ms. Verasek, yes. Can you forward your slide? We're just on the front slide right now.
Okay, hang on. Are you seeing a site plan? Is this moving? Hang on.
It says Frost Regina Downtown Hub, but that's, yes, now we can see
okay.
the hub.
You know what? I'm just going to leave it in this view. Okay. So what you see in front of you right now is the site plan for the downtown hub. We're in Victoria Park and City Square Plaza. You'll see the cenotaph here at the bottom of the screen, and the plaza is here. That is the focus of our hub. We do have several off-site activations, which I'll describe in a short minute, but we're looking at our traditional ice rink that happens in the bowl of the plaza, and then fencing off the event site on the West Plaza site. Our off-site activations will include our traditional Regina Restaurant Week. That was a program that we postponed last year due to COVID, and we're pretty excited to be able to relaunch it in 2022, and of course I have the wrong date there. So typically, hopefully, you've all been able to enjoy our restaurants in previous restaurant weeks. This is an opportunity for our restaurants downtown to offer a fixed price menu with special menu items that they traditionally do not have available for the public. That will run the duration of the Frost Regina event. Our downtown concert series typically takes place in the summer. We are doing a winter version, which will be located in 3 downtown venues that can accommodate safely concerts and gatherings. That would be O'Hanlon's, the Fat Badger, and The Cure. And then we're still looking at doing a pop-up art gallery. This is tentative based on finding an appropriate location. The Ringcat City Square also was something that we had to postpone last year, so we're looking forward to bringing that back to our community. It really was missed last year because it's one of the few places in the city that is free, as well as we do loan out skates for free. Our program during the Frost Festival will include our skate loan program. We're planning on some theme nights, so 80s night, Disney Day. We're going to do a date night with carriage rides. We're working with Queen City Pride on a pride skate. The Croaker Curl site will be located adjacent to the ice rink. It will be located in the park, and we're looking at some learn to Croaker Curl demonstrations and perhaps some corporate challenges involving the Croaker Curl. We're planning on 2 nights of themed movies and skating events, so we'll bring in a large-scale LED screen, and we'll screen hopefully some Disney movies that celebrate winter. We won't name the movie just in case we can't get the licensing for it. We're also looking at some free refreshment events, things like hot chocolate and coffee throughout the festival event. And then Regina Downtown will also be making an investment in some overhead lighting, similar to the patio lights that you tend to see throughout downtown during our summer patio season.
Ms. Versick, that's been 5 minutes.
Oh, shoot.
I'm wondering if you could just go through your final slides. Thank you.
Okay, so City Square Plaza West. This is where we're looking at also a signature lighting installation. Krios, these are swings that are uplit. I don't have a evening photo to demonstrate that. Rory and Polly, they are local artists that will be developing a Northern Lights illuminated tunnel that will be placed in the park. We're looking at a winter art gallery, which will be outdoors, incorporating an illuminated ceiling. We have a call for artists out right now to develop artwork that we'll install throughout the plaza. And we're working with a local architecture firm to develop an artistic bench that will create that gallery-style museum seating area. We're bringing in fire pits that will be placed through our event site. And then we'll be installing a warming domes and a tent, which we're naming a lodge, to host programming. We've already had conversations with the RPL, the Heritage Regina Organization, Sakewawak, the Globe Theater. We're still nailing down what that programming looks like, but it's nice to be able to have a warm lodge to be able to offer some indoor programming on the event space. And that's it.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Okay, thank you very much. Lisa Gibbons, please go ahead.
There we go. Hopefully you all can see my screen. My name is Lisa Gibbons. I'm the Executive Director for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. And the Warehouse District represents just over 600 businesses. As my colleagues before me have expressed, we're very excited to be one of the hubs in the new Homegrown Winter Festival. Activations in our hub aim to build community as well as community pride. So we'll just make this go. The Warehouse District intends to transform the west parking lot of the historic Centennial Mall into an illuminated winter wonderland featuring signature art installations, horse and wagon, brewery tours, an ice bar, and snow sculptures. Guests can keep warm with a hot beverage while exploring our sparkling district filled with winter fun and our historic walking tour, our vintage shopping crawl, and there'll be more to come. So I'll take you quickly through at a high level some of the elements that we expect to occur during our Winter Festival. We're partnering with Queen City Pride to do a light parade. The parade will happen on Saturday, February 5th, and will launch out of downtown and land in the Warehouse District at our festival site. We'll be bringing in Cycle, which is an interactive sound and light installation, which will encourage community to play. We'll also be bringing back our Horse and Wagon Brewery Tour, something that we did during the Heritage Classic, so no stranger to the cold. It was a sold-out activation, and we expect to see the same during this Winter Festival. The Winter City Dance Battle is organized by Vibes YQR, and we'll see a competition between dancers from winter cities, including Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, and Winnipeg, and of course our amazing homegrown talent. This event is indoors, so for those that don't enjoy the cold, we'll have something for you as well. We're also focusing on some light illumination through Nuit Blanche. They'll be doing some artist-led light installation on either a snow or ice wall. And as other districts have spoken about their different ways of using ice, we have chosen to put it into a bar, and it will feature local craft brewers. In addition, hot chocolate and warm beverages will be served here as well. The Retro Route is a vintage shopping circuit providing a way for people to stay warm while finding new treasures and exploring the festival. Similar to the Hop Circuit, once completed, participants will receive a prize, and it's another way that people can stay warm while enjoying the outdoor festival. We can't say enough about the importance of light with our early evenings that we experience during the winter. So we'll be doing things like uplighting our built infrastructure and bringing in fire in a new way, whether it's a fire pit to gather or fire dancers to entertain. Here's just a summary. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to turn it back.
Thank you very much. Now on to Mr. Reid. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. I may just confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Good. I get to bring about the summary for Frost, so thanks for everybody for providing an overview of their sections. I will run through our programming proposed here at REAL, and I'll additionally talk about some of the opportunities that we have. So obviously we're presenting today as a partnership group that represents over 20 agencies that have come together to define and plan a celebration of winter. Who are we? Well, we're committed partners that have come together for a purpose of driving economic and cultural growth and revitalization as we celebrate perhaps a new phase of managing the COVID-19 challenges. But most importantly, we're a group that wants to bring a winter festival to Regina that is defined as the winter festival within the province of Saskatchewan. We want to be a place where winter comes to life, a place where winter comes to life for everybody, regardless of what your passion is, regardless of what your age is, but it truly is about coming together as a community to play. What do we value? Well, we value being audacious, being fun, being safe, being resilient, being sustainable, not only environmentally, but also financially, being champions of our city in winter, and most importantly, being champions of our community, a place where everybody can celebrate together. How have we made decisions about the programming that you'll see today? Well, it's really based on a matrix that we developed as a committee that has 6 tools for evaluation. Number 1 is, does the programming celebrate culture? Number 2, does it activate and participate and create participation within our community? Does it drive economic impact? Is it safe? Is it sustainable? And do we have the finances to do so? Overall, this is how we've made all the decisions around programming that you see today. Our committee is a diverse group of folks that have invested hundreds of hours in monthly or bi-weekly planning sessions to deliver what you've seen today. We do think that there is an opportunity to have an incredible winter celebration that supports the Winter City strategy most recently approved by Council. How did the brand of Frost come together? Well, we believe that in the spirit of the calls to action of the TRC Commission, we need to lead with those calls to actions. TRC call to action number 83 is about a collaborative approach, partnering with artists in cultural celebrations, making sure that there's an opportunity to contribute towards reconciliation through collaborative art processes. So we have an amazing artist that has helped us with our design. Brandy Jones is a local artist that really represents a Canadian landscape. She does call Trudy for her home, and she has helped us develop our logo and is supportive of where we've landed. The process begins, as outlined in your presentation, with some concepts about how our city could look in the winter months. It evolved to include some wheat sheaths that represent, and a feather that represent our 4 hub locations at this time, but also with some intricacies within it to talk about future opportunities. Her definition of the logo is included on your slide and ultimately was digitized into the logo and the design that you see today. This was commissioned work that was paid for by the committee, and we're deeply proud of how we landed on Frost in Regina. And we really came up with the name as a celebration to those mornings of cool mornings where you see the hoarfrost on the trees, something that is truly unique to Western Canada. How does the programming work? Well, the programming works based on 4 hubs today, but that doesn't mean there's not opportunity to expand those hubs in other jurisdictions. Other partners that may want to engage can partner with Frost, and we'd be delighted to bring them into this process. From a real perspective, we are the paid activation. As we've heard, downtown, the warehouse, and Wascana are primarily free activations for the community, but the real activation, similar to what we do on a daily basis, is an all-ages activation that will have generally a ticket price associated with it. What does our campus look like? Very similar to what we do with Queen City Exhibition. You will pay to come onto campus. Pricing will be identical to Queen City X, so $17 for an adult, $10 for a child, and there will be family rates. A little bit different than the Queen City X because once you paid your admission, you essentially get access to all the experiences. Our entire campus will be programmed, and we'll run you through some of those elements. Iceville route will return to the public. Our intent is, depending on weather, that we should be skating somewhere over the Christmas season, but it will be programmed as part of the Frost development from February the 4th to February the 13th. In the middle of Iceville this year will be a little bit of a different scenario where we will have a curling focus in the middle of it, which will also be an event center for special events that we hope to host there this summer. When you walk out, there will be the Iceville Chalet, which will be an opportunity for you to gather, taste local food, local beverage, as well as have local artisans and crafts displaying their works and have the ability for the public to purchase. Frost at Rio will also program the AGT Lounge with entertainment, with music opportunities, and with great food. So the idea would be that you'd come and skate at a specific time, you'd have an incredible meal at one of the nicest venues that we have in the city, in a space that not everybody gets access to celebrate within. Confederation Park will be the hub of play. From tic-tac-toes to giant ice chests to curling, from ice bars to ice sculptures to indigenous programming to a giant ice maid to lighting up the sky, it really will be an activation for all ages. In terms of how that will program, we've secured Creosa's Frost, which is an urban wheat field that will run through the entire core of Confederation Park. The lights change as your body temperature changes, as does your movement. We've also secured Prismatica, which is reflective prisms that light up the night sky. It's an interactive music as well as sensory experience. We partnered with a number of local Indigenous leaders to make sure that we have a celebration of light, of story, and culture. This will program each and every day and celebrate dance. It'll celebrate drum. It will highlight the amazing regalia of our First Nations and Métis people. We'll perform ceremony, and we'll have storytelling on a nightly basis. Can't have an event like Frost without having snow and ice. So there is a 50 by 50 snow maze that will be built, and there are 6 ice sculptures that will go in for people to enjoy. The ice sculptures of a side that you can climb on it, you can sit on it, you can participate with it. That being said, we also do end up with a lot of cold nights, so the intention is that there'll be an ice dome that you can warm up in if you get cold. In terms of Frost, the highlight of the activation we believe here on campus will actually be in the International Trade Center and will be relative to GLOW. GLOW is a global touring activation which will program over 65,000 square feet of the International Trade Center. It will represent images of 6 countries and will have over 1 million lights as well as displays. The cost is not insignificant, but it is a paid activation, and in other jurisdictions, it is delivered with great success.
Mr. Reid, just to let you know that 5 minutes has passed, it's probably been about 6, so if you could just...
I'll wrap it
do
up.
that quickly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a number of concerts that are programmed within the week. Your $17 admission will get you into those concerts on a first-come, first-served basis. We also have the first outdoor live broadcast skins game, which we hope, depending on curling qualifiers for the Olympics, will not have Saskatchewan in it, but it will certainly represent Western Canadian teams. We're partnering with the SaskTel Tankard, which will run during the same event in the Cooperator Center, and we will close our event with the only drone show that's ever happened outside of Toronto or Vancouver, which will fill Mosaic Stadium and perform a drone show in the stadium. Obviously, the Olympics are going on, so we intend to broadcast it on campus as well as at Mosaic Stadium. From a budgetary perspective, we've sent this out in advance. The intent would be that each of the hubs will contribute to the overall marketing and programming of this Frost celebration. There is a request from both levels of government, from the City of Regina as well as the Government of Saskatchewan, and we've also reached out to a number of corporate partners looking for support. The idea with it is that each hub will manage the own risk around their events as well as the own opportunity that there may be for earnings. Request from you today is that you consider activating the existing ECT fund, which has been carried for 2021 and 2022, because we believe this is exactly the purpose for that fund. Most importantly, it invests in agencies that are in place and invests in agencies that perform in our city. Most importantly, we believe this will deliver over 100,000 activations, both active and passive, and generate in excess of $6 million in economic impact. With that, Madam Chair, we thank you for your opportunity to present, and we'd be delighted to receive any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Committee, it is our legislative 15-minute break, the time. So I guess a consideration is if we would like to have questions of the delegation and then break. So I'm hear some nodding of heads. Is anyone opposed to that? Okay, so we'll have questions of the delegations. Now what happened to the screen here? Oh, it's on. All right, so if you will just hold on for a moment to see. 1, 2, 3. Councillor Bresciani, I'll let you go first.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all 4 hubs this morning for the exciting and all the work that you have slated here today. I want to talk about the economic impact as one. We've been in COVID now for 20 months. Tell me what you've heard from businesses, from local artists, how this is going to impact our city.
I can take that one if the rest of the team's okay with that. From the downtown standpoint, and I'm sure this is across all hubs, all of our businesses have been tremendously impacted, and they are looking forward to that good news story, that good event that brings people downtown and begins to return everyone to normal. We've engaged with a lot of artists, and we're always, as Tim alluded to, we always make sure that we are paying craft operates for the work that they do for us. Artists have been tremendously impacted through the pandemic. A lot of times they're being asked to do work for free, and that's something that is not what we're doing here. We want to make sure that everyone is paid fairly for what they do and their contributions are recognized. And again, that's putting back those dollars into our local economy, especially into our local arts community. That's one of the values that we've tried to hold near and dear to our hearts as we've gone through this planning process.
Thank you very much. One of the key factors we heard from many other cities is how important light is. Winter can be very dark for many people. Can someone on committee please tell me why the light installations are imperative for a Winter City Festival?
Who would like to take that question?
I'd be happy to step in if the rest of the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I was very honored to be a part of the programming committee, and that was a group that went over what we might be asking these 4 hubs to do to create consistency of expectation, of standard throughout our city, and also a calling card to anyone who is participating in this activation through Frost. So they will know that they are in the right place by the lights that they see around them. Also, it is a safety factor, not just a beautification factor. It is indeed a safety element when we are talking about lighting in public areas. So we took that even a further step of making sure that any lighting that we did have was thought in a programming way and an engagement way. So I'd like to thank Tim Reed and his group of people who have done extensive work, as well as Lisa and Judith, on the Krios displays that you saw here today. So for example, we brought forward chimes, and anytime someone walks through that, their body heat will be utilized to engage that display. So the lights themselves are safety, they're programming, and they're also a calling card. They're an invitation to people as they drive by to make sure that they stop and see what's happening. So that was one of the reasons why we chose that, and we do have that consistent throughout all 4 hubs.
Great. And the last question I do have is just in regards to the over 20, I call them community champions, that have come around the table and the excitement around that table. And how can you speak to the importance, but also the possibilities were in discussions because there were the community champions around the table to get this going?
Who would like to respond to that question?
Lisa, do you want to tackle that one?
I was trying to nod to you, Tim. Community is a huge part of what we do here in the Warehouse District, and it was evident through this committee with all of the interested parties, and their engagement was extremely deep. We had long conversations about this. And this festival, creating a homegrown festival is extremely important. We have a number of festivals that we've worked with and great national events that visit our city. This is an opportunity for us to really put an imprint on a homegrown festival, bringing together our community and really allowing those partners to have a place to shine that they may not see when we have these national events that come through. So the work through the committee and a large committee that we saw was really important, and we look forward to continuing the engagement as we move forward and building and evolving the event.
Thank you. I will let others ask questions.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would just like to make a quick comment. I have hated winter for the 47 years I've been alive, and this is the first winter that I'm actually excited about, so thank you for that. One question to you directly, Monique, if you wouldn't mind. Now, you talked about washrooms in front of the legislative building for the people with ice skating. Have you addressed maybe possibly having a wheelchair accessible washroom for people through the chair?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair to the councillor. Absolutely, that was one of my questions to my team just recently. There are some challenges associated with that, so we were even looking at how do we make sure that there are mappings of accessible and open washrooms. At that time, we are aware that there are them here in this building that I'm sitting in right now in Wascana Centre that will be open, as well as them across the lake, but that doesn't serve us when we talk about the hub being right there. So currently they're researching the infrastructure that they would be getting throughout the winter time to make sure that it's as accessible as possible, or that there are options that are most definitely outlined. That has to be key for us. So thank you for the question. But it is what I was saying before, people are responding to us, and we are hearing the feedback that they're looking at 12 months, looking for 12-month washroom facilities in that area. And we have done some studies on the feasibility of the infrastructure in the area. This is also an aspect of us learning, is this a pattern that people are going to be wanting long-term? So it serves us in many ways when we identified that as something we would be adding in the warming shack area.
Thank you for that answer. Judith, you talked about skating for free, the theme nights. May I suggest, and I mean, I guess this is for everybody, sorry. We heard from people that they don't want to know they're accepted or that they're invited. They don't want to have to ask. They want to know that they're accepted and they're invited. And making that kind of I want this to go off without a hitch. It's such a beautiful idea and such a beautiful thing that we're doing here in Regina. But I don't personally want to have to phone somebody to say, can my daughter that's in a wheelchair come to this event? Is it accessible? Can she get on the ice skating rink? Can these things be to her? I want to just know that. Is there been any thought as to the marketing or the advertising of this around that through the chair?
Ms. Versa.
So I can respond and then I might throw it over to Tim. We do have an overall marketing committee that will be in charge of all the marketing communications for all 4 hubs that will hopefully address exactly what you're saying, and Tim can confirm. That being said, each one of our organizations will be taking on additional marketing and maybe more detailed program information through our own social media or marketing communications channels. But there will be a central hub that has all the information across the 4 hubs. Tim, you might just want to elaborate or comment or nod on that one.
No, for sure. I think it was something that we've talked about often. I mean, from an ice skating specific standpoint, we've partnered with the sledge hockey folks locally to make sure that our ice rinks are accessible and that we understand some of the limitations or some of the accessibility challenges that exist on a daily basis, let alone in winter when we deal with this problems of snow and ice. We've also made programming decisions. Lisa talked about the alignment of their programming. Well, it will be close to warm-up areas. It will be easy to access. Parking will be nearby. Judith has done the same. And at Real, we've made purposeful decisions to put our largest programming inside the International Trade Center and inside Mosaic Stadium, which honestly are our most accessible facilities today. So I think it has been top of mind. I think the reality of it is our expectation is if somebody comes, whether they have accessibility challenges or not, that they'll be able to experience Frost the same way as anybody else within the community. So I think it has been top of mind. We've worked closely on the ice side with the local sledge hockey folks, and I think that will give us some great line of sight in terms of how to program more effectively.
Just a follow-up question to that, sorry, and this would be directed to you, Tim. I know from the summer you got a first-hand knowledge of a couple of problems that we had, and you know my fight for parking has been for years now. I really, really, really want to stress that importance that parking needs to be closer. It is so hard for people in wheelchairs to get around in the wintertime and to get into the building. So please keep that in mind. And like I said, I know you and I have had chats about this. So thank you, Tim. Thank you. That's all I have.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakitniak.
Okay, thank you. So I just have a few questions. The first is, so my understanding, this would be to Mr. Reed, is that, so Icefield this year will cost money as opposed to last year because you have to pay to get in the campus. Is that accurate?
It does, and part of it is just managing the access. So we will have more skaters this year. So we're anticipating that we'll have 150 skaters on at a time, pending any Saskatchewan health regulations. But we'll have 150 skaters at the time. The hours of operation will be similar to what we experienced last year. And it will be a $5 fee to be able to get access.
Okay. My next question is, there was a mention of sustainability, and it was mentioned both financial and environmental. And so can you give some more information about how an environmental sustainability lens has been considered in the planning of this festival?
Who would like to respond?
Yeah, perhaps I can take the first piece of it, and I think part of why we see that so valuable is around the Creos lighting package. So the Creos lighting installation is actually not only a sound installation, a light installation, but it also tells a sustainability story. So it talks about the effectiveness of new lighting, the efficiency of new lighting, and so Creos has actually designed it to help tell that story. And so I think what we've tried to do is where we want to celebrate light, and where we actually think the most activation will occur will be around our Creos lighting applications. Part of its storytelling is about the importance of energy conservation and just new technologies. And so I think that's probably the one area that we've really focused on in terms of lighting installations. I think the other component that we've tried to celebrate is the fact that we don't want to leave a footprint that doesn't go away after the 10 days of the celebration. So yes, we will be there, we will have structures there, but the intent is as soon as the event is finished that the structures will come down and it will return to its original form, whether that's in a park, a parking lot, or a public space, or a building that's supposed to be programmed. And so I think probably the focus this year was around Creos, and it was a lighting package that we put in each one of the hubs.
Okay, sounds great. Okay, and do you think the committee would be open to continuing to strengthen the focus on sustainability as the years go on? I don't have any concrete suggestions, but just continuing to expand upon that focus in future years.
Yeah, I think it was a value and a goal that was set by the committee, so I think they've already been fairly clear that that is a priority for us.
Great. Okay, so I forgot to say at the beginning, like, I am excited about this festival. I think that there's been lots of great work done thus far. Another question I have is, how was COVID considered, like, just in terms of we don't know what will be happening in February in relation to COVID? How was that considered in the planning of the festival?
I'm happy to take this one if no one else wants it. COVID is constantly on our minds, and there is no solid answer of what February is going to look like. Our approach, and I believe our partner hub's approach, is to review that every 2 weeks and to see what our latest numbers and what SHA is requiring and suggesting. And we will, of course, follow the advice of SHA as we plan our events.
Okay. And would, like, sort of the worst case scenario, if needed, be just needing to scale back the festival in some regard if the numbers were pretty bad, like, or based on the recommendation of the SHA?
Yeah, I think what's really great about that, just through the chair, is that our passive programming or our free programming spaces, the bulk of those are outdoors. And so we know that, COVID is less of an issue outdoors. I think we've learned that. I think SHA has been quite clear about that. And the other thing is it gives lots of people freedom of space. And so where there is passive programming, it's in large outdoor spaces. What I think is probably more specific to your question is where we're forcing people indoors, we actually control with tickets and ticket scanning. And so we do have the opportunity that if legislation was to change or the public health order was to change, that Iceville could go to 30 people like it did last year, or frankly, it could scale up to 500 if we needed. I think the other comment that I would add around just the impact of COVID is I want to come back to Judith's comment, is we have a number of leaders in our visitor economy space, hotels, restaurants, travel agencies, local artists, local culture groups, that this is a slow time after a slow 2 years. And so, the other piece around COVID is I think this offers our community an economic push at a time that we've never had it, and honestly probably at a time where our retail, our hoteliers, and our travel economy just desperately needs that win.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions. First of all, in terms of attracting tourists to Regina, are there plans to market this provincially or nationally? And what are those plans going to look like?
Who would like to take that, Mr. Reid?
Yeah, I can probably start and then ask others to contribute. I think, through the chair, I think it's a wonderful question. When we did our market assessment, there are other cities in Canada that do a really wonderful job of celebrating winter and driving visitors in winter. And so I think what I'd like to start with is by saying, our goal is to make this one of the national winter celebrations that exist in Canada. And I think with the programming, from going from nothing to what we have, I think we'll fast track a relatively organic process in other cities by probably 10 or 15 years. We have reached out to the province and through SAS Tourism. Much of their funding is dedicated traditionally towards marketing. And so if you look at the marketing budget, it is the single largest line that we have in the joint contribution. So our intent is not only to market within our city and across our province, likely more regional to start, just given some of the challenges of COVID. But our goal would be to make this a national stop on the Winter Festival circuit within Canada. So probably this year we focus regionally. Beyond that, I think our goal would be to make this one of the stops in Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Second question, is there going to be anywhere where someone can build a snowman?
I think each one of our park spaces have the opportunity to do that, and we would love to see snowmans. And beyond that, I think the other piece that is important is we do want to create an opportunity to celebrate light and snow in each community. So we've talked about providing lighting lanterns that people can hang on the front porches or snowman competitions across our cities. So even though we have 4 hubs that we want to work with, I think, Councillor Hawkins, we would love to come and judge your snowman on your front lawn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Or snow person. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I agree with Tim that this is exactly what our ECT funding is for. I think I at least could be convinced to pry our wallet open a little wider beyond the 150, but I would like to see what that might get us. So I'm wondering if you folks could come next week to council and give us some options of if we were to go beyond the 150, what could we get for that? That could just help us have a conversation about it, because talking about bang for your buck, I'm amazed we'll get this for the 150 ask you're looking for. So yeah, that would be great if you can come back with a bit more of what a larger ask might look like for next week.
Can certainly do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Findura. That's who that is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Snowman, great job, Bob. Always wanted to learn how to build one of those. Question to Mr. Reid. First, a comment. Queen City X, you introduced the new Canadians into that aspect of it's. So I'm talking about the learning aspect of, education aspect of who we are, and we talk about tourism and all that. We are the fastest growing by immigration. Is there going to be something? I'm not saying completely geared towards, let's say, the new Canadians that are coming that have no idea what we are doing or what this winter thing is all about. Is there going to be a piece of that education part? I mean, you have a warming place, plus you have outdoor stuff. Is that something like that is kind of geared? I'm not saying geared just to that, but it's an important piece. Mr. Reid?
Yeah, and I may allow others to join in on this. I think one of the learnings that we took when we look at other jurisdictions is the majority of the winter festivals that are true citywide winter festivals that we have in Canada are actually all about engaging new Canadians. I'm going to go back to Councillor Shaw's comment about her joy of winter that she celebrates every year, but might celebrate more this year. For most of us as Canadians, we've lived winter, and we know the pros and the cons, and we've had maple syrup on a stick. I think part of what we learned in the process of researching other cities was our demographic was actually new Canadians. And part of the barrier to entry is experiencing winter is new for many new Canadians. The second piece to it is affordability barriers are not insignificant. And so you'll note that really, with the exception of Rio, everywhere else is free or passive programming. And so I think this was built with the purpose to engage new Canadians. I'm not sure that there is specific lessons learned or teachings for new Canadians, but I think much of the programming that was built and the strategy around having as many free spaces was to ensure that new Canadians could experience winter and could be part of the celebrations without any barriers in place. And so I'll turn it over to the others, but I will say I think one of the takeaways we took from every other city that we looked at is these festivals in many ways are about getting new Canadians out to celebrate winter and get them to understand what that moment of Canadiana truly is.
Ms. Versa?
Just to comment on what Tim has said, the Rink downtown has traditionally had a demographic of new Canadians that come out, folks that sometimes are just walking by and are interested in trying to learn how to skate. We downtown have removed the barrier of not having skates through our free skate loan program. And we do our best to hire rink attendants that are able to skate and have the patience to be able to teach people to skate. So we do a lot of programming. We reach out to the Open Door Society to have them come out and do skate nights with us where their clientele are able to come and try it. We'll certainly be doing that again this year. Downtown is also looking into an investment of, I think it's about $3,000 into adult skate buddies. Traditionally, our skate buddies are geared to youth 5 and under that can't really bear the weight of an adult person. So we're looking at investing in some sturdier skate buddies. So all the adults who are new to our community can come out and learn how to skate downtown on our ice rink. That's free with free skates.
Councillor Findura, more questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm interested to know, building upon Councillor LeBlanc's statement of creaking open a wallet, what percentage of the budget is the ask you're requesting from the city, the $150,000?
Yeah, I can probably take that if nobody else wants to, but the general framework for the entire event is, and it was included in your package, and I know it was small font, so hopefully you have the chance to go and take a look. But ultimately, the investment from the City of Regina, based on total revenues through ticket sales and sponsors and alternative sources, the budget is about a $1.9 million investment from all of the partners as well as all revenue streams. So, the City of Regina's investment represents about 7% of the total revenue budget. We have an equal request that is in front of the Government of Saskatchewan, and we've already engaged with 3 partners that have significant interest to sponsor this, and that represents about 11%. So bottom line is this event will self-fund through ticket sales about 75% of everything that you see today. And so short answer is the investment that we're asking for today represents 7% of total revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Through you, Madam Chair, have you said you've spoken to the province. Have you spoken with the RHA?
Through the chair, we have, and as always, Tracy and her team have been fantastic, recognizing that the hotel industry is one of those sectors that not only needs growth, but also has had a tough revenue year. So we've formally sent letters to the RHA as well as to the through tourism, through the province of Saskatchewan, as well as the presentation decks that you have in front of you. And so both of them have received and are reviewing those portfolios.
Thank you. In terms of a $1.9 million revenue budget, what's the risk associated with this if it doesn't go as well as planned? What's the risk associated to all partners here?
Obviously, to the City of Regina and the Government of Saskatchewan, possibly the RHA, it would be limited. I think one of the agreements that we have is based on the budget that each of the various hubs would assume their own risk threshold. So if the weather goes to -30 and nobody shows up for the drone show or nobody shows up for Disney night at the ice rink for Judith, then obviously they would have to absorb that in their budget. So the risk probably to you as the city would be the fact that 3 of the 4 partners, well, 3.5 of the 4 partners are direct agencies, I would say, of the city. And so if it was to be brutal, there's a ticket sales risk. Reality of it is all of that rests with Real, and much of that is indoors. So I think it's fairly limited.
Thank you. One final question through you, Madam Chair. What's needed in future years? If this is how we start, I can't imagine that you're not talking about year 2 to 5 already. What's the outlook look like?
Maybe I'll let somebody else speak first, and then I can add a comment.
I can throw in my 2 cents on that one. That's the thing that I'm looking forward to, year 2. We're making, downtown anyways, we're making a lot of capital investments that will free up dollars in year 2 for us to throw towards more programming. So that in part answers Councillor LeBlanc's question, what would we do? It would be more programming. But yes, I see, we've always viewed this as multi-year. What can we layer on each year? And as we are hopefully successful, we're planning on being successful this year, I think the community is going to become more invested in saying that they need to be here in town for Winterfest if they want to participate. That gets other sponsors interested, business, small business, large business that are located in Regina that want to be a part of the fun and the momentum. I think this is great all around for the community, but more so for all of us, because that investment we're making into our events and in our hubs, that's capital, those are capital assets that we can use for other things that we're doing throughout the year.
So through the chair, maybe I can just offer a comment. I think, speak specifically to that. One of the lines that we didn't focus on today is the creation of a 50-50 that will run for the duration of this event. We've agreed that all funding from that this year will go towards supporting the Saskatchewan Winter Games with some of the fiscal challenges that they're navigating, and additionally to go support the tankards. So there is an opportunity to have a 50-50 fund that will support winter programming. I think through the chair, one of the items that council should consider that we saw in other cities is putting aside a specific investment that can go towards supporting not only this event, but ultimately future events. We have events such as Waskima, which is now Wascana Winter Festival. We have Winterruption that happened in our city. And I think as frost becomes more sustainable, I think ultimately there's opportunity to direct those funds to other winter activations. So I think what we took from other cities is if you have a winter city strategy, you have to have funding associated with that, and I know that you as a city do. Ultimately, I think we have to drive ticketed events in the warehouse and downtown and ultimately find an opportunity perhaps at Wascana to drive some revenue. That will take some time, but ultimately I think if City Council can support this to become sustainable, I think there is a willingness on behalf of the committee to find a way to drive revenue so this pays for itself and that those funds can later be directed to other winter initiatives across the city. We probably think that's 3 to 5 years, but we certainly appreciate the consideration and support in year 1.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll just add, as a final note, a thank you to Councillor Bresciani for taking the time to serve on the committee, but thanks to all of you for the collaboration and the real big city look at it in terms of wrapping your arms around everyone. Most appreciated.
Thank you. I do have 2 questions before we send you off. One is, has there been discussions of the role of adding public transportation so that it is easier for people to come to the events without having to worry about parking? Who would like to take that? Go ahead.
I can take that because of my role with the programming work group. That was a discussion that was brought forward, is that folks were asking, and it was decided that in year 1 that would not be something that we would address. We would be looking at the patterns of what people are wanting, as well as if there are other partners that are coming forward or other hubs in future years. And then that way we could do an appropriate spend and understanding what we would be needing based on populations that are utilizing the facilities, for example, and if there are really hot spot or hot times of the day. So we're looking at creating that information now, and then that working group later in future years, as Mr. Reid was saying, that this is not just a 1-year approach. These infrastructure spends and capital spends downtown, as well as at Wascana Centre, have been a long-term approach. So we're looking at what we see this year, and then that advising how we might address transportation conversations in the future. And
I might add just through the chair, or to the chair, my apologies, is there is an opportunity, I think, to further explore that. I know that Mr. Onright and his team have been incredibly supportive of initiatives across our city and specifically here on campus. While there is capacity on public transit, there may be an opportunity to work closely with the City of Regina to help use that capacity to make sure that people can access the hubs. And so we did some of that at Queen City X this summer. Based on ridership, if there's an availability or an opportunity to create a transit loop that's already running and perhaps put fairgoers on it or festival site seekers going on it, I think that would be a conversation in the future that we'd be delighted to have.
Thank you very much. My last question, FROST. Is it an acronym for something else? Is it like Frosty Reginians on skates and toboggans or anything like that?
No, I think ultimately we went through a process of engaging all of our stakeholders. There was about 6 names that we started with. As we worked through them, we landed on Frost. And I think ultimately there was, the decision was based on the really unique image of winter that we get when you end up with your hoarfrost all over the trees. And we thought that was something that was unique to Western Canada often. We get to see it quite a bit. And so that's how we landed on Frost. I will say we did some market testing on what the name, how the name would work in the community. It was quite positive. So we started with 6 names that were shortlisted, and we landed on Frost. And I think, well, not I think, there was unanimous consent on the name. We also liked how Frost could work in various jurisdictions. So you'll see Frost at Warehouse or Frost at Downtown or Frost at Wascana. But that could easily become Frost at the Greens or Frost on Rochdale as this expands in the future.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time, and this is a fantastic project. You've done exceptional work, so I thank you again for your time, and you may leave the room. And we look forward to, oh, wait, sorry, Councillor Brasciani, did you have a, sorry, there is one more comment, question.
Thank you again to the whole working group, the leadership there. They did this work on the side of their desk on top of everything else they're balancing. So I just truly want to acknowledge the work that was done by this group and the whole committee as well. I would ask if we could, I don't know if council actually got the deck that they were showing. I think if that could be shared with council, that's imperative for them to be able to see and all the, okay, thank you.
Yes,
thank you again.
administration will, someone from administration will share that with staff. Thank you again, and you may leave the meeting, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Stay safe.
So could I have somebody move the, wait, no, first of all, we want to have City Administration please introduce the report EX 2173 2022 Regina Winter Festival. So Ms. Hallruck, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Good, thank you.
As you've heard from the delegations, a coalition of community organizations have come together and formed the Regina Winter Festival Committee for the purposes of planning and implementing a winter festival in Regina called Frost from February 4th to the 13th. The committee's goal is to deliver a highly activated, energized, and sustainable event that will become an annual signature event for our community. The festival will be located around, as you heard, 4 hubs, and the committee has requested the City of Regina contribute $150,000 in financial support for this festival. A large part of Regina's cultural vibrancy is tied to its many diverse and well-established festivals and events. These events contribute to a sense of civic pride and bring economic benefit to our city. The festival is highly aligned to our newly approved winter strategy, our official community plan, the city's recreation master plan, and EDR's 2030 economic growth plan. As a result, administration recommends providing the requested financial support to the festival as a way to provide seed funding to the new community-based initiative. The city will request that the committee provide a follow-up report that outlines the community benefits achieved through the festival, and this information will form the basis of any future investments and additions of the festival. There was an error that I'd like to point out in the financial section of this report. It is not $175,000 remaining in the 2022 budget. It is actually $310,000 $100,000 of funding available in 2022 should council fund the 150,000. So apologies for that area. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Holleruck. Could I have somebody move the report? Councillor Bresciani. Questions from members on the report? Councillor Bresciani? Oh, there.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would just like to open up just with a comment. And, you know, when this process started back in April, we started a conversation with the 4 hubs and then knew that we wanted to engage the rest of the community. And we also wanted to make sure that we were very respectful with the other festivals that were going on. So we know Waskimo is will come at the tail end of this event. And we also know that the Regina Folk Festival has their Winterruptions, which is at the beginning of this one. So that was a very, very important piece of the discussion. As Councillor Findura, he sat also on the committee, we talked about having also subcommittees of from the Regina Open Door, Seniors Mechanism, also the Saskabilities in regards to ensuring and also Inclusion Regina and Regina Pride. So all of these organizations were a big part of the whole conversation piece around ensuring it was an inclusive festival. One of the things that I think is really, really important, this is a grassroots, and we talked about, you know, I can't say enough to the city staff, Diana, and Ms. Harlick and Bobby Selinger as well, because they took it when they first heard this was passed by council. They took this and they knew that there were things that we learned from Edmonton, that warming shelters were really important, fire, light, all of these things that maybe we had to adjust with our bylaws, and they knew that working in advance of that. So we were really, really grateful that they were ahead on that. The activation hubs, and the great thing about this, and I think Councillor LeBlanc had indicated as well, as this is dollars that are going to our seed hubs here, and they're the ones that are going to ignite with the local artists, with the local businesses to kind of animate the whole festival. And I think the other piece that's really, really key here is when I reached out to, and I mean the hours that was worked on, but we had Councillor Ben Henderson from Edmonton also come and speak to the committee. And he spoke indicating that this is not just a festival, it's a community builder. It actually enhances the community within the city. And he talked about light, and you're going to see the light installations, you're going to see the many different types of animation within the programming as you saw earlier, and you will get that PowerPoint. But there was one thing that came through, was this festival, we've been in a pandemic for so long, when you talked it around the table with the 24 members, this festival, it created fun, it created laughter, but honestly the biggest thing it created was hope. And people can go out in the winter. You don't have to hibernate. Families can go out, and there's going to be, we've indicated, the snowshoeing, the dog sledding, like there's so many things, and it's a well-rounded. The Indigenous storytelling, there's the culture aspects of it as well. There's going to be many, many aspects of culture that it's threaded throughout this whole festival, which I think, again, is very important to speaks to our city. I guess the last point that I think is really, really important, and again, I can't say enough, is bringing everybody together to ensure that this was going to work. And there was never a doubt around the table. It was, how can we help each other? So it wasn't a competition, it was really bringing all of these pieces together. We did some research, and I found out that when Edmonton did their first, and Councillor Ben Henderson had indicated, in order to do this, you were telling your winter story, but you're also, you can't invest in a winter festival without investing in yourselves. And that was something we found that Edmonton originally, they put about 600,000 into their first festival. And in Windsor, which is about the same size as Regina, they put in, they did the Light the Lights Festival, and they put in 500,000. So for our 150, I think, as Councillor LeBlanc said, you don't even realize how this can be, put on for that amount. But I think it's kind of with that heart and soul to try and get this done. The last we talked about was the economic spin-off. We've reached out to search for a sponsor. We've reached out to the provincial government as well. And, I think this will inspire local artists, the musicians to come on board and share the culture. But it's going to also, I think we're going, one of the biggest things is it's going to celebrate our community and our entertainment, our culture, and our heritage. And I think it's an opportunity to support local business, local artists, and to revitalize our economy when we need it most. The only one piece that I did want to ask about, and I kind of found this as we were during, I also would like City Hall in some capacity to have, to be lit. And I know that many times over the years we've talked about, and even this year, I've asked if City Hall could be lit in a certain color, in a certain, and I don't know if we've had that capacity ever. But if there was ever an opportunity to seek extra dollars, I would ask that, if there was an opportunity at some time that we could look at even what that would cost to light City Hall, above and over the 150 if we were looking at. So because I do think it's important that our cities in City Hall is involved as well. So can I ask Diana Harlick on that, please?
Ms. Holrick? Thanks, Madam Chairman. So I'll start, and then I might ask Mr. Nicol to also respond. But right now, we have a minimal budget for Light the Lights. It's actually not budgeted. Yeah. And I think it is important that we look at how we could do something extra, and so we're willing to look into that, but it might be a consideration that if there is additional monies that council may be considering for the 150, that perhaps a portion of that could be provided for us to create City Hall as a secondary light display for during the festival.
Yeah. I think one of the things I would ask is it would be in addition to the 150, not included in the
That's
150, because that I know has to go to the hubs. But if that's something I would just ask as an undertaking, maybe if that would come back to council for just a ballpark of what that would look like. But again, I will end it there, and I'll ask if anyone, I guess I can. To hear other people's perspectives on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Councillor Moll. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say I loved this presentation earlier. I'm not one to hibernate in the winter. I'm out skiing, skating, and tobogganing with my family. I love winter. And I'm looking forward to this first Winter City Festival in Regina. It's going to be great for the community. I just want to thank everybody that participated. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, and all the people on the call earlier. Just curious, we're looking at the budget for the events, conventions, and trade show ECT attraction budget. We're going to spend a large portion of it with this ask here. Now, only other reference here is the 2022 Grey Cup in Regina. I'm sure we know what the initial estimate for that was previously. Just curious what that's going to be for an ask coming up.
So would Mr. Lacey answer that question, or Ms. Holrick?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So there will be a Grey Cup 2022 ask. We don't have that exact number as of yet, unless Mr. May knows? No, he's shaking his head. So there will be an ask coming forward. Previously, I believe it was $1 million. And so we will be bringing a report forward to council regarding that ask. As I noted, the ECT funding, there was an error in the financial sections. It will be $310,000 available for 2022 with 150 asks that's going forward right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I just have a couple of questions. In the administration report, it says that there's no environmental implications to the festival. And so, you know, a counter statement to that could be, you know, there's environmental implications in everything we do. So what I'm just curious, how do we determine what's the process for determining when environmental implications are noted in reports and when they're not? Like, how does that get decided?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Greg is on the line because we do refer all of our reports to the sustainability area for comments regarding the energy and sustainability motions. I think Mr. Onrait has additional information.
wants to speak to this. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So when the reports come forward, they are circulated. As Ms. Howerluck has indicated, Mr. Kuntz and his team review the reports to see if there are any environmental concerns or notes that need to be added. I believe he is online, so I'm going to pass it over to him to ask for further comment. Mr. Kuntz?
Mr. Kuntz?
Through the chair, generally that is the case. We are circulated. This particular report, we must have been missed on the circulation though, so we'd be happy to take a look at that and report back on that to council. I don't anticipate there would be a great deal of environmental impacts from this, but as Councillor Zakidniak said, almost everything we do does have an environmental impact. But we can definitely take a look at that, and we will review the circulation process to make sure that we're not missed on future reports.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, my comment was not specifically necessarily about the festival, it was just about the process in general. Okay, and then my next question is, how and when was this committee filled? Was this with previous council? Because I remember hearing a bit about the Winter City the festival planning process, but I'm thinking that this must have started prior to the last election.
Ms. Holred?
Through you, Madam Chair. So this wasn't a committee of council, it was a grassroots, and I believe Councillor Bresciani can probably speak more to it because it was the grassroots that came forward and requested members to come forward to have a conversation about what a winter festival in Regina would look like. So it wasn't a city-led initiative, and I'm not sure if Councillor Bresciani would have anything else to add.
Do you want to comment? Let me just find which person you are there. Good.
Thank you. Yes, so when we approved the Winter City Strategy, which was approved, I think it was last council, that was a goal. And one of the major focuses in that strategy is to deliver events, of course, and have winter activation. So that was the piece of it. But it was this council actually that nominated me to be on that committee as well. I think it was, that was brought to committee as well.
Yeah, I was just curious. I don't recall, but that's fine. Was that this year then that this committee was filled?
We started this committee in April, or like our first meeting was in April, so it would have been probably February or March. I'm not sure when this was done.
All right, just curious. Thank you. That's all I have.
That's all you have. Okay, so the next blinking light is Councillor Findura.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. I can probably add a little more flavor into how we got here today. I will have to say thank you to Councillor Bresciani and give her the kudos on driving this winter festival business or issue. Councilor Brashan and I, we partake into a conference in Saskatoon on the Winter Festival cities. We were invited to that. Prior to that, if you recall, Councilor O'Donnell was speaking to that, and we were invited to go to Edmonton to see what Edmonton is doing with the winter city festivals. And we did not predict to that. So that was just an idea, conversation, and that's where we were. Not till the Saskatoon trip with Councilor Brashani and I, and then that's where everything started going from. And give Councilor Brashani the credit to drive that. It's an important piece. We've talked about that for many years, and we are here today. On this report, I'm just going to make my comment. It's a small, again, investment to what we do in winter. We are a winter city, can get away from that, like it or not. And so that's where we are. And this is the actual first, and it's credit to give to everyone involved in this, because this is a very, very difficult and time-consuming undertaking to have everybody together to put this on. As Councilor Brashani did mention, there were some small pockets of groups that got together and going all over the place doing their own stuff. We're not interfering with that. We're connecting those dots. And so this is where we are today. And I appreciate the aspect of being there, being on that committee. It is an interesting aspect. Makes the winter that 1 week shorter. Goes quick. So it is important for us to recognize the importance of the individuals that are out there. City, governments, private entities. And so this is where, and Councilor Brashan did say that we at council here elected her or approved her. I'm not sure how we did that, but we did that. And so it is from us here that we're moving this file. This is our file. This is city, us, here. And we needed to take charge. And Councilor Brashan took the charge, and we have co-chairs, we have committees that are structured to succeed. So 150,000 is a small ask. And we're going to learn. This is I think everyone's thinking about 5 years. Looking forward to it, looking forward to engaging the community. So, and I would say to council, this is a proud moment for us to actually speak about who we are. We kind of forget about the city. We run away from our city. We go warm someplace. We know we have beauty here. We need to embrace that. And that's what this committee is doing. And this festival is going to do that in years to come. Madam Chair, thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I enthusiastically support it. I'm looking forward to this festival. I just want to highlight what I view as one incongruity, which is it's quite strange, quite palpable to talk about approving funding for this great festival, including warming tents to have fun and so on in February, but we haven't been able to put that together for Camp Marjorie in the month they've been there. So it's very important to have these kind of conversations, but at the same time we have to be aware of needs sort of at the other end of our community. And I know we wrestle with that tension, but I just wanted to name that incongruity. Look forward to supporting this week, and I anticipate next week. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I will ask Councillor Brashani if she would like to finish off.
Thank you very much. Again, the thank you really goes to the committee, and that would be Mr. Tim Reed at Real, the Provincial Capital Commission, Monique Guffinate-Miller, as well as the Downtown Bid, Judith Versek, as well as Warehouse, Lisa Gibbons, and all of the other committee members. They led the charge and have ignited the excitement for our city. Their hubs are going to be activated. And also to the city staff have moved this forward, because this came from the previous council, that this winter strategy was very important, and this first one was the festival. So I want to say thank you for that. I think I want to end on the note here for when we're talking about the investment. I think the biggest piece to remember is that the 150,000 that we've asked for, when we look at it's about, out of the whole fund, is about 7% is city funded, 7% is provincially funded, 11% would be sponsor funded, and 75% of that would be earned. So I'll leave it at that, and I think at the end of the day, Frost, I hope, will become a yearly festival that will light up our city, not only with lights, but with events and winter experiences that will last a lifetime. And as we know, winter can be very dark, but for people, as we learned, that bringing light to the festival is key. And we will challenge our city to light up the hotels, the restaurants, to be part of this festival, and it will create the joy and the hope in our community. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you to my council colleagues as well.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, would you be able to call the vote, please? Oh.
I look forward to Councillor Hawkins getting a parka and getting out there to enjoy this winter festival, because I know he loves winter. That's it.
All right. All right. It's time to vote, everyone.
With respect to the vote, Deputy Mayor, it's passed unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are now going to move on to, we have a delegation for the next item, EX 2174. Are they there? They are there. All right. So I would like to call upon delegation Pam Skotnitsky, Gil Ladresi, just a moment, Patrick Bergerman, and Brad Delory from the Federated Cooperatives Limited. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you are calling from. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee may have for you. All right.
Great. I'm Pam Skotnitsky. I'm the Vice President of Strategy at Federated Cooperatives Limited. I am phoning in today from Saskatoon. I'll have Gil introduce himself.
Hello, I'm Gil Ladresi, Vice President for Federated Cooperatives Limited Refinery Operations here in Regina. So pass it over to Patrick.
Thank you for having us this afternoon. This is Patrick Bergerman. I'm the Associate Vice President of our Energy Roadmap with FCL in Saskatoon. Brad, over to you.
And good afternoon, everyone. Brad Delory, Director of Communications and Public Affairs at the Co-op Refinery Complex.
All right,
Great. Thank you, Brad.
Go ahead, you may start.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to City Councillor for considering our offer to purchase the land north of the Co-op Refinery Complex at fair market value. I will highlight the request that has been presented in your meeting material. And if you don't recognize my voice from the introductions, I am Pam Skotnitsky that is speaking. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the councillors that took the time to meet with me individually over the last few weeks. These conversations, I was able to highlight the steps that we have planned to support the transition to a low-carbon economy in more depth than the time here today warrants. So the opportunity we are considering will enable us to continue to be a significant economic contributor to the City of Regina. Today we provide 1,000 careers. $150 million was paid in salaries and benefits in 2020 in the City of Regina alone. Last year we also incurred capital expenditures of $88 million, plus an additional $72 million in repairs and maintenance, all that within the City of Regina. So those figures I provided are direct impact and do not account for the secondary impacts that would include transactions from supporting industries. We're also proud to be a community partner and a good corporate citizen, as demonstrated by the $3 million we've contributed to worthy causes within the City of Regina over the last 5 years. So supporting businesses like ours truly does support local investment. What makes us a different kind of business? cooperative is that we share our success with the 160 local co-ops that are our owners in Regina. Sherwood Co-op is one of the 160 local co-ops that own us across Western Canada. What is unique about us is we return our profits back to the 620 communities across Western Canada that we serve. And over the past 5 years, we've distributed $2.3 billion back to our local co-ops. In that same time frame, the last 5 years, we've invested $1.6 billion on building upgrades or expanding our facilities in Western Canada. And local co-ops, incidentally, have invested about the same amount to their local communities. So now turning our attention to the decision in front of you today, this initiative plays a role in our company's transition to a low-carbon economy. On this land that we have requested, our plan is to construct a renewable diesel facility to continue to fuel Western Canada sustainably. The plant-based fuels we will be producing will play an important role in emissions reduction for all forms of diesel-powered transport and machinery, including long-haul transport, mass urban transit, and local agriculture producers in their operations. FCL has recently announced our enterprise-wide emission commitment, which will see us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. We also shared our goal of net zero emissions by 2050. This project that we are proposing today supports the achievement of these targets. The economic spin-off of the project is significant. The cost estimated for the production facility is between $1.5 and $2 billion, creating 1,500 construction jobs and employment of more than 150 permanent jobs. When we look at this and we combine it with our recent announcement of carbon capture projects, it is safe to say that we're considering the investment of billions of dollars in the local Regina economy over the next decade. This investment is in alignment with and contributes to the City of Regina's ambitious plan to be a global ag food hub. We were at the launch of your solid plan. It's aspirational yet achievable, and we believe we can play an active role in bringing this to life along with other organizations working in partnership with the city. We appreciate at the launch of the strategy, the mayor's words highlighted that it is about attitude and showing companies that you want them to do business in Regina. And I can attest to say that through the conversations I had with many of you, I can see that you are in alignment with this statement. You each had probing questions, but it was apparent that you are interested in and open to attracting investment and economic development to the community. This is an exciting opportunity for our company, and we look forward to partnering in a meaningful way with the city as we chart our path to a low-carbon economy. We look forward to working with you to invest in our collective futures as we work to achieve our vision, which is building sustainable communities together. With that, I turn the floor back to you, Your Worship.
Perfect, thank you. That was just 2 seconds under 5 minutes. Very good. I now would like to open up for questions from the committee, if there's anyone who would like to ask any questions of our delegation. Oh, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Pam, would it be okay if I asked you some questions about your sustainability plan, or would you prefer I kept it to the land acquisition question?
At this point, I think we should stay focused on the land acquisition questions. I certainly welcome further conversations on our broader sustainability plan outside of this decision.
Okay, thank you. What in particular makes the land that we're discussing here so important for FCL and its future?
We certainly see the opportunity to continue to work through this transition to a low-carbon economy as we've been talking about. So what we see within the fuels that we provide, as I mentioned to you and a number of other city councillors, is the fuel that we provide ultimately goes through Western Canada, the 620 communities that we serve, and is delivered and developed, manufactured for our local co-ops and their sustainability in their communities. When we look at fuel demand going forward, our refinery produces, in fact, gasoline and diesel. We have the ethanol complex at Belle Plaine that produces the renewable content that we add to our gas. This would be the renewable fuel content that we will add to our diesel. So it does enable us to green up that fuel supply and extend the life of our assets, as well as not just extend the life of our assets at the co-op refinery complex, but also extend the life of the assets that we have distributed through the 600 communities I talked about in Western Canada. So it enables us to be part of this transition, to work through the transition as we green up the economy more largely, which is very much in keeping with what I've read about the city's goals.
Okay, thank you. If I could follow up, would it be fair to say it's quite instrumental for the future of the co-op refinery complex to expand and engage in biodiesel production? Is that correct?
That's a fair statement. I can agree with that statement.
Thank you. So since we're talking about land acquisition, there are conditions currently bolted in there. Can you comment on the state of the invoice that has been submitted to FCL and the co-op refinery regarding damage to the wastewater treatment facility and infrastructure as a consequence of the 2020 hydrocarbon spill?
Gil, did you want to tackle that? So Gil is our most senior resource at the co-op refinery complex and would be working through that to a resolution. We're confident that we'll be able to make a resolution in the short term. Uncertain if that will be concluded by the time we're in front of City Council for the vote. But any additional color that you would like to add, Gil?
No, I think you covered it quite well. I guess, yeah, the only thing I'd add is, yeah, we're working with the city administration on that, you know, and working to bring that to a resolution. So I guess that's probably all comment on it right now.
Okay. So just to be clear, it has not been paid. You have received the invoice.
That's correct.
It has not been written. Okay, thank you. Considering we're talking about the sale of land for an expanded complex, I have a question around how you will manage future waste and effluent. Recently, the city traced benzopyrene, which is a known carcinogen, back to the refinery complex. Can you comment on how this expansion will require you to update your wastewater treatment facility and effluent standards?
So I guess I would just weigh in on that as far as we're in early days of our assessment. We're moving through with this land and the conditional requirements. We've got some time to move into front-end engineering and design. We certainly understand, as is put within the agreement, that we would need to come to an agreement on the wastewater situation. So those details at this point we haven't ironed out. There's a number of different regulatory approvals that we are going to have to meet, environmental standards that we are going to meet, and to indicate that we have all of the solutions and conclusions for that work. We would not be indicating that at this point. A lot of water to cross under this bridge, I guess, so to speak. And maybe I'll just open the floor to see if there's any additional comments to add from Gil or perhaps Patrick.
Yeah, I would just add that it is a separate complex too. So we are looking at, and so back to your earlier question about what does this land mean to you? You know, it also means looking at synergies between the two complexes. The complex that we're looking to get land to build to the north of the refinery and the refinery itself. So, you know, as we develop the design, we'll see what other synergies there are between the two. And so if it's better to use the wastewater facilities at the refinery to treat the water from that place, we'll have to work all the way through that to see what that water quality looks like and what the city requires for discharge and whether or not that the wastewater is sent over to the refinery. So all that still has to be worked out.
Okay, thank you. My final question, in terms of the importance of the new complex you're considering here, is it fair to say that you see a decline in gasoline consumption in the near future and you're preparing for that? And secondly, how does your plan compete against possible electrification of transportation?
Right, okay. So as far as what we see from a demand perspective is that gas demand does drop off more steeply than diesel does. Diesel has a longer term play because it is required to provide the energy that we indicated to the commercial play, to the agriculture area, et cetera. So ultimately our refinery complex though does produce a combination of the two. So our requirement is to increase the market share that we have in gasoline. So ultimately that is what we are looking towards. As we look and model the feasibility of these investments, our senior leadership team, our board, will make those feasibility decisions based on the demand trends that we see going forward. But we definitely take a look at what the future will look like from an EV perspective. That is where the gas will be displaced from. There are some still outstanding areas in EV as far as if the grid does not green up and it's a coal-fired power, ultimately it's not that much greener, if at all. Understand that South Power is working to green the grid, so ultimately we do see that EV vehicles will be penetrating the marketplace further, and we've modeled that into our scenarios and ultimately our board decisions.
Thank you very much for the question and answer.
I might just want to add as well, you know, the plant that we're looking at building is a net, what we're looking at is long-term a net zero emission plant. So the plant-based fuel is a net zero emission fuel source. So it is a green fuel source, plant-based fuel. And it does have the ability to do 100% replacement of fossil fuel. So it is completely interchangeable with fossil fuel, renewable diesel.
Thank you
So
so
just
much.
add that. Okay.
Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Zakitniak.
Okay, thank you. Some of my questions were already asked. I do have a couple though. So in follow-up to the last question, many folks do consider still renewable diesel to be a transition fuel. Based on your answer, are you suggesting that it would be a permanent fuel solution based on your plans for this to be a for that to be net zero, or do you folks view it still as a transition fuel through the chair?
Patrick Bergerman here on the line. I'm hoping I'm coming through okay. I can address that question. Thank you very much for asking it. We definitely know that the technologies that go into the production of renewable diesels are a key component in the carbon intensity of the output. And one of the unique technologies that we are looking to implement with bringing this project to life is making sure that the hydrogen that is added, the hydrogen capacity added, will be clean hydrogen technologies, which really helps with the reduction of carbon intensity of the output. So the feedstock sources that we would expect will be largely, you know, crops grown locally in Western Canada, canola, of course, being an obvious one, animal tallow being another potential feedstock for renewable diesel processing. And one of the keys in the emissions reduction is the processing that goes into the production of the fuels. So with having blue hydrogen technology as part of this process, where all of the emissions from that step are sequestered, we believe that there is a path to a zero emission standard for renewable diesel here. There's obviously a mixture of technologies coming to the market, whether it's hydrogen fuel cell technologies, EVs more so in the sense of light duty transport, but a lot of the industry engagements that we've had would suggest there's going to be a fit and a need for renewable diesels for a long time into the future for some of those more commercial and industrial applications. You know, many of the examples Pam and Gil have already shared, but certainly near and dear to us, given our close relationship with Western Canadian farmers, is for agricultural uses too. Hope that answers the question. Thank you.
It does, thank you. So I only have one more question. So on page 5 of the administration report, there is a mention that FCL will be negotiating for funding for water solutions. something along those lines. So, so the funding needed for water solutions, do you have any sense of who you will be approaching for funding for those solutions? Like, I guess what I'm wondering, is that a potential additional ask for the city? Is it too hard to know at this time?
Another good question, Councillor. It's Patrick again. I can speak to that one. So at this point, we're really at the stage of understanding what our overall water needs will be on that land parcel. As the report would indicate, we are expecting to be operational by 2026. So we believe we have some time to better understand the water needs of the facility. And some of the discussions we would have around funding, I don't think that we're intending for that to come across as being dependent upon further investment from the City of Regina. More so just to note that there are many components of a project of this size and scale where we want to understand some of the potential funding opportunities, knowing that, just to call out in particular, the federal government is looking to help with funding on some of the clean energy transition for many of the folks across the country, because these are certainly very risky investments as the country looks to make that transition to a clean energy future.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for giving a lot of clarity in your presentation. I have a couple questions. If this doesn't go through, can you tell us what the ramifications will be, or what will you guys do if this doesn't go through the chair?
So if this land, if we are not able to acquire the land at fair market value, it does jeopardize the investment a bit at this point. I mean, we are looking at the investment adjacent to the refinery, and that there are some synergies that are available from the refinery perspective. Having said that, the decision to locate in that location has not been confirmed. We actually are doing feasibility assessments on pure greenfield locations and have yet to determine specifically what would be located on the lands that we are requesting or in a pure greenfield location. So ultimately, when we look at the rationale for why we are pursuing this, it isn't negated by going to a different location. There are just some economics that we wouldn't be able to likely generate if we weren't able to be located by the refinery complex.
So is it safe to, sorry, go ahead and finish.
So it doesn't mean that we would not be pursuing a renewable diesel facility. It means we would be looking most likely for a different location.
Okay. So needless to say, the plan is to go ahead with this no matter where, if it's not here through the chair.
The economics would need to still be proven out. So some of the synergies we see would not be available to us, so we would have to run those economics through the front-end engineering and design phase, as we will get into the serious go, no-go decisions. So at that point, it might have impacted that to the extent that it's not feasible, or we just locate in different locations. So we do have different locations where we do have rail access that would be available to us. The Belle Plaine, where we've got our ethanol complex, we've got fertilizer facilities that we've just recently built in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, would be the Hanley location, or in Alberta. So there are some different options we could look at.
Okay, thank you for that. And just kind of one final question, and this may sound a little bit dumb. Everything that you produce, is it sold through the chair?
Yes, actually, we scale our production at the refinery to indicate the sell-through that we're able to. So we either turn up or down the refinery so that it meets the needs of the co-op retailing system and some other commercial contracts that we have. So that's the lever that we use to ensure that the products that we're employing or manufacturing is actually distributed throughout the system.
Thank you for that. So just my last comment in regards to that.
Questions?
You're producing what is needed in amongst our society and our community. Is that correct, through the chair?
That is correct. So the history of the refinery is 85 years ago. We had 8 farmers get together and determine that they believed that they could produce fuel for themselves at a cost that was more economical than big business was selling fuel to them for. That same principle is there today, that we are able to produce fuel and distribute it to our member owners in a way that is servicing their needs. So that's the nature of our business. We're here for those communities in Western Canada. We don't take our investment to where we would necessarily internationally, globally get the highest return on investment. We establish and make our decisions based on those communities that we serve.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a question, how many people are currently employed at the refinery? Through the chair.
We have a...
Go ahead, Gil. It's Gil Adresse answering your question, Councillor Brasciani. We have approximately right now about just over 900 permanent employees employed, and we have approximately full-time equivalent contractors this year, and it depends on the capital investment. So in 2021, the capital investment was close to $200 million. So it would be pushing about just under 300 full-time equivalents of contractors that have been through this site in 2021, as well as the 900 permanent employees, just over 900.
Thank you for that. Can I just ask, we know that your industry is transitioning, and it's taking some time, but what would happen, say, if your industry did not transition to biodiesel? Like, what would be the outcome? Through the chair.
I guess what would happen is we work very hard to meet consumers' expectations. That is the reason for us working towards these investments, to ensure that we see that triple bottom line. We talk about sustainability from a brand perspective, where our local co-ops and ourselves knew sustainability before it was actually called that, where we've always considered community environment and fiscal responsibility throughout all of our decisions. So ultimately, we would not be meeting the needs and expectations of consumers. Attitudes and opinions are changing. People are wanting to see a reduced carbon footprint and feel good about the purchases that they're making. And so ultimately, I believe that it would harm our brand as well as our sales, because people would be choosing different options because they do want to see us taking action in this arena.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation this afternoon. I have a question with regards to timeline. I know you were answering about the complicated nature and the research and work that you're doing into putting together a bunch of moving parts. Do you have a timeline in terms of your expectations for kind of a go, no-go?
Patrick oversees all of our key milestones, et cetera, so maybe I'll have him kind of speak at the highest level what some of our key dates are.
By all means, thank you, Pam, and thank you for the question, Your Worship. We're certainly on some fairly aggressive timelines as an organization, in part driven by the fact that the clean fuels regulations that the federal government is working on are expected to come to fruition and be implemented on fairly aggressive timelines as well. So we want to make sure that we have the organization and Western Canadians positioned well to participate in that transition. So when we look at our current timelines, we are looking to have our site preliminarily selected towards the end of this calendar year, as we put a a business case in front of the FCL board in early 2022 to consider moving towards front-end engineering and design. And it is very helpful for the project to have a strong sense of where we expect to build so that we can get into that level of detail when we go into what we would call feed phase there. So 2022 will be a key year for us to work through front-end engineering and design with the expectation that we can move forward with construction in 2023 and bring operations online in the latter half of 2026 for commissioning. We would expect the facility to be fully functional in 2027. So as much as that may seem a ways out when it comes to the complexity of a project of this size, those are quite aggressive timelines, and we're definitely looking forward to delivering upon them and bringing that type of economic growth to the Regina area in the near future. Thank you for the question. I hope that answered it fully.
Thank you. It did. I just have one other question that you may not be able to answer. I understand, based upon the federal government's Clean Fuel Standards Act, that they're looking to pass. What is your communication? What has been, how has the project or the idea of the project been received in your discussions with the federal government?
So we've been engaging, sorry, go ahead, Patrick.
Not a problem, Pam. I know you've also been very engaged in those discussions. So thank you again. Another excellent question. I would say very well received. They're certainly excited to see investment in this sector all across the country and recognize, in our particular case, we've been open about the fact that we are very closely connected to a lot of the farmers that actually produce the feedstocks that would be going into renewable diesel production, and they recognize that as being quite unique. Most refiners in not just Western Canada, but across the country don't have that same type of connection back to farm, and so the federal government has expressed support and strong interest in the unique space that we occupy, if you will, in that connection to agricultural producers. So we've certainly also taken the opportunity to advocate for making sure that when the life cycle analysis gets published and when the clean fuels regulations are solidified, that it is done so in a way that is not detrimental to Western Canadian farmers. And so that's been a large part of our advocacy efforts, along with, of course, our own project. But I'd say they're definitely excited to see investment in the clean fuel sector. Pam, if you wanted to add anything further that I may have missed.
Thanks, Patrick. If I could. We are very well received. Ultimately, the end of the day, our members are the ones that benefit from our success. So the 1.9 million members. I know some of you in the room, because you shared with me, you are members of Sherwood Co-op and other local co-ops. Ultimately, that is who benefits from our success at the local level. And so ultimately, that is an easier partner for governments to have. Why the question of Councillor Shannon was difficult is that knowing if this is a transition or a longer-term play, I'm not sure if anyone really has the crystal ball, so governments are really incenting people to be looking at this transition, a low-carbon economy. They see that we have a clear view. They see that we are a solid partner for them, and so we are working through what that might mean going forward for us.
Thank you very much. I think that's the end of my questions. Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Ellie.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation and information. During the presentation, it's been mentioned many times about the local nature of the co-op and this project. I'm wondering, in the spirit of that, can I assume that the workforce to build this project would all be local as well, that you primarily source from Saskatchewan workers in our own workforce? Through the chair.
Jill, how do you answer that?
Okay, thank you for the questions. So the always the intent for both local labor to build or local contractors, we try to utilize that as much as possible, and that's both for stability of workforce and also for reinvestment back into building a sustainable community here in Regina. So that is our vision as an organization, and we firmly believe that and back that up with our actions. So that typically the labor force we look at for our turnarounds and other major capital projects, we look at the local labor hall first for construction labor, and then we look at labor halls, across Saskatchewan, and then start to move out to other provinces as we can't fill the amount of workers that we need. But that will be the intent when we build, is to utilize as much local labor as is available, and then when we look for permanent labor, we will be looking for people, obviously that want to settle in this area, because that's what we'd like for our employees to be, obviously close to the plant, and we can't guarantee that they'll live in Regina, but they'll live definitely in the surrounding area and be part of the economic basin for Regina. So that's our intent and what we plan going forward.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. You asked one of my questions. I'm very happy to hear that. The local labor halls first is very pleasing to me. So I just want to thank you very much for investing in the city of Regina, considering us first. So from everything I've heard here, this seems like a win-win for Regina and a win for the province, including the canola farmers of Saskatchewan. I'm curious, will all of the canola that we'll be using in the future, will it be purchased from Saskatchewan farmers?
I would love to answer that question if I may. This is Patrick.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Boy, that really pulls at my heartstrings, a question like that. I grew up on a farm in the Humboldt area, and nothing brings a smile to my face quite like having opportunities to add value back to local farms here in Saskatchewan. That was certainly, a big part of our discussions as an organization when we looked at location. Obviously, Pam's already spoken to some of the expected synergies of being able to locate the facility next to the existing refinery complex. One of the other appeals of the location openly is Saskatchewan is one of the most abundant growing areas for canola in the world. And so we know that there's an ample supply of feedstock in this local marketplace, and that would be the logical spot for us to start with our feedstock needs for the facility. There's also implications as far as where we would pull our feedstock from when it comes to emissions. So we talked proudly earlier about wanting to make sure that we have a very low carbon intensity fuel as an output from the facility. And part of that calculation comes from how far afield we're going to source the feedstocks that go into it. So there's a lot of points of logic, I guess, for us to want to and to be incented to have Saskatchewan grown products, primarily canola, flowing through that facility. So I can't say that it'll be 100% of the feedstock all the time. Of course, we've also just gone through a rather challenging year for some of our producers here in Western Canada, and so there will be times where we have some challenges around volume availability locally, but it'll certainly be our intent that that'll be the primary feedstock for the facility. Thank you again for asking that question. Love to hear that kind of conversation as a farm kid.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. You folks have been in the news quite a bit about how you treat your unionized employees.
Councillor LeBlanc, I'm not sure if that's relevant, but in terms of the land purchase, sorry.
As you transition for your anticipated use of this land, do you have a plan to transition skills of your current refinery employees to redeploy them into your new anticipated line of business?
Patrick speaking here, just to address that topic. Thank you for the question, Councillor. We'll certainly be, we recognize that's going to be an important part of our decision-making progress here as an organization, recognizing this is intended to be, or this is expected to be a separated facility from the existing refinery operations. much like we have our current co-op ethanol complex based in Belle Plaine, that is a feedstock source for the refinery as it does its gasoline and ethanol blends. We expect this facility will also be a feedstock source for the refinery and will help keep our refinery operations in perpetuity, if you will. So part of the support mechanism of this is to ensure that we keep a lot of our existing jobs at the refinery viable longer term as well. So we'll be working through what makes most sense for our future workforce at this facility, along with, our existing workforce at CRC to ensure we can maximize employment opportunities in the Regina area. Thanks for the question.
All right, are there any other questions of the delegation? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the delegation to please leave the meeting. And thank you very much for coming to speak to us today.
Great, thank you for having us.
Okay, so now we will consider EX 2174 Economic Opportunity Option to Purchase Agreement. Can I ask someone from the administration to introduce the report? Mr. Barry? Lacey. Barry Lacey, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So as was discussed by the delegation, Federated Co-op Limited has approached the city requesting a land purchase option agreement for the purpose of building a renewable diesel plant adjacent to the co-op refinery complex. And FCL is requiring 222 hectares to accommodate that development of that renewable diesel plant, with possible addition of complementary agricultural process services in the future. The land sale would be at market value for that land and would generate land sales revenue of $5.48 million. As mentioned, FCL is intending to use this land to build a renewable diesel refinery on that land, which is expected based on information and economic development analysis we did with True North Renewable Fuels company came to us a little over a year ago. FCL has bought out that business, and so a lot of the information that True North was looking at doing is very similar to what FCL is doing. Based on that economic analysis with respect to the renewable diesel plant, it's expected there to be about 1,500 construction jobs associated with the build-out of that plant, 150 ongoing permanent jobs, and overall the increased economic activity once built would indirectly support up to 1,900 jobs in the greater Regina area, and that plant would add approximately 620 million, to Regina's gross domestic product regionally. So a significant economic development opportunity associated with the sale of this land. So finally, this report is before you. Well, the land is being sold at market value. It is before you as the sale is occurring without public offering, and as a result, pursuant to city bylaws, we're required to bring that before City Council, and so we are seeking delegated approval to execute that land option agreement with FCL. Thank you.
All right, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli. Any questions from members on the report? Do you want to start, Councillor Mancinelli, please?
No questions at this time on the report. I think I understand it. I'm familiar with it from when it was True North and just supportive behind it.
Right. Okay, where is the next person? Is it flashing? Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you very much. I fully support this as well. I think We heard a while back that FCL has been interested in this land for a while. So I think, again, when we hear the numbers, we are selling it at market value, which I think is very important. And as well, when we look at the $620 or $620 million in the GDP that it brings to our city, I think this is another great opportunity for our city. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Before we continue, I need a motion to, what would it be, extend the meeting? Is that what it's called? Thank you. So Councillor Bresciani. Any opposed? So it continues? All right. So I have Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have two questions for the administration. The first involves the railroad relocation. There are a number of stakeholders in this, the city being one, in terms of the ring road, this applicant, another applicant, CNCP, Transport Canada. Does the option on these lands affect the railroad relocation project in a way that would be detrimental to any of those partners? Ask more positively, can you work through the railroad relocation project given the number of stakeholders involved and their interests?
Mr. Lacey? Let's see, this one?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So thank you for that question. That was an important consideration as we worked through the land option agreement with FCL. Their initial request for lands is shown in Appendix A of the report, was actually a little bit greater than what we're actually putting in the option agreement of 222 hectares. And that is because we wanted to ensure that we were protecting land with respect to the rail relocation project, the future rail relocation project, and rail access to other businesses in the area. And so Appendix B, there's a green shaded area, and that is the land that we protected, and we worked with our consultant to ensure that we were protecting sufficient land to allow those things to continue to happen. In the option agreement, at the end of the day, we don't need all that land. We are providing FCL the ability to do an additional purchase for any land we don't need, but that won't occur until we have final plans around what those rail routes look like.
Thank you, that's helpful. Another question. What are the risks inherent in giving an option like this? Are there any downsides to the city?
So, thank you for the question through you, Deputy Mayor. I don't see any downsides to the city with respect to how we've structured this option. One of the other considerations that we wanted to make sure is that given the size and the amount of that land and the opportunity to have economic industrial development occur on it, we wanted to ensure that those land, if development did not occur, those lands weren't tied up into the future. So the option agreement is only for 1 year. It does provide an opportunity for them to extend it, but only extend it if they've demonstrated and shown that they are making progress towards an economic development actually happening on that property. So I would say that would probably be the biggest risk and concern I would have, is that we'd tie that land up indefinitely, but we've taken steps to ensure that that does not occur.
Madam Chair, just to follow up on that point, is there any concern that by optioning this land, we commit ourselves in any other way to FCL?
Mr. Lacey?
So thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So, with the actual construction of a plant, beyond the land purchase, we've made no other commitments. The actual construction of the plant would need to go through a permitting process, and so all of the rules and regulations around how that happens, that will need to be followed by FCL like anything else. These type of projects typically require an environmental impact analysis. that they would be required to go through, and that would be controlled and regulated by the province. And so many of the other things that typically go with this development, for example, utility access, etc., those are things yet to still be worked out with FCL and will require further study, but we've made no commitments other than entering into a land option agreement, purchase agreement.
And through you, Madam Chair, I take it from your answer that we've made no commitments with respect to property taxation.
Through you, Deputy Chair, that is correct.
Thank you. And finally, one final question, Madam Chair. There's a $50,000 fee for giving this option, and then I suppose if the option is exercised and there's $5 million for the sale of the land, where does that money go? Is it available to the city for future capital projects? We've heard we have a number of potential capital projects that we might be looking at. Would this money be available for that or for any other purpose? Where does it go?
So through you, Madam Chair, so the proceeds from the sale of the land would go into the Land Development Reserve, and so it would be used for purposes under the Land Development Reserve. Having said that, Council always has the ability to approve moving of funds around reserves, but these funds would go into the Land Development Reserve.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Councillor Hawkins. It's now Councillor Zakidniak.
Great, thank you. So I have a few questions. So we discussed the rail relocation lands that are currently reserved for that. And in the key terms on page 6, it says that FCL would have the ability to acquire those protected lands if they become available on the same terms and price. So just for my clarity, the same terms and price, does that mean market value? Is that what's meant by that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. And also, in the environmental impact section, I noticed that much of that is taken from FCL. So my question is, where is our administration's comments on the environmental impacts? And can we get some comments on those from our administration, please, through the chair?
So thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So, you know, as a land sale item, this doesn't really have any direct impact as a land sale with respect to environmental impacts, but certainly knowing what the plans are for development, you know, that potentially has impacts on our renewable 2050 goal. And so around that piece, FCL is very early in their feasibility and design work, so it would be administration's intent as FCL continues to undertake those feasibility studies with respect to the development of those lands, that we would work with them to better understand and determine the impact of plant operations, those plant operations that have on 2050 goals. You know, I think it's acknowledged that, you know, reduction in overall greenhouse gas emissions does provide a benefit to the environment, but I think as they develop that facility and we have further conversations, that's where we need to get a better understanding about how that exactly contributes to the renewable 2050 goals, and will require further evaluation, you know, as to specifically where those GTH reductions will be realized and how that impacts our overall goals for 2050.
Okay. And so finally, so it was just asked about the revenues from this purchase, the potential purchase of this land. If council, so, you know, this would go in the land development reserve unless council indicated otherwise. What I'm wondering about, like speaking of the 2050 goals that the city has, that FCL has, that many folks have, if there was an appetite for this money to be set aside for environmental or sustainability initiatives, would that be a possibility if council was interested in directing some or all of that money towards our goals?
So through you, Madam Chair, you know, I would suggest that the allocation of funding towards our energy and sustainability goals those conversations and allocation of those funds are probably more appropriate to occur during budget deliberations and where we want to, what type of investment we believe we should be making to obtain those goals. And at that time, determining what the source of funding might be. And I think certainly there are many places we could look for funding. And this could certainly be one as well. But I would suggest that's more appropriate for probably a broader conversation at budget.
Okay, that's all I have, thanks.
Okay, if Councillor Stevens, please.
Great, thank you. I guess my first point, I asked some questions regarding the cost of the hydrocarbon spill. I won't ask administration to comment on those negotiations that are happening separately, but they are nonetheless happening. So currently I'm not satisfied with going ahead without that kind of payment having been made to the city. So between now and council, when we finally make a determination about this recommendation, I will consider putting that as a condition in the future before this comes before council, that we receive that money from the co-op refinery complex for damages caused to our water treatment facility. So I'm basically serving as notice and interest in pursuing that. I also think it's important that while we need to pursue economic development activities, we can't do that by turning a blind eye to environmental issues or labor issues. I think it would be a terrible mistake for us to present ourselves as just taking money without any consideration of other costs. So that would be the rationale should there still be ongoing negotiations between now and council. This is a land acquisition being requested. I'm pleased to see it's at market value, but there is a substantial component of this report that talks about the environmental assessment because of the nature of the project. So I'm going to ask some questions about that. I know that FCL sits on our community advisory group building the sustainability framework. Was this proposal or the sustainable framework developed by the refinery, was it brought before the city task force on this issue for discussion and input?
So through you, Madam Chair, I would refer that question to Mr. Kuntz.
Mr. Kuntz. Go ahead, Mr. Kuntz, you're on the line.
Through the chair, it was not brought up in any of the community advisory group meetings or any other public engagement that we completed. We did have a meeting with members of the co-op refinery complex, and they indicated a plan was forthcoming, but had very little detail on it at that time.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, the report reads, the sale of land has no direct impacts on energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. I ask, how is that possible? This is a land being sold for the direct purposes of producing a fuel, and it will consume a tremendous amount of energy. That's fair. So my question is about that claim in the report.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, so I believe the council is referring to some of the information that FCL had provided us with respect to moving to a zero carbon based production, and so that information is being provided by them. I would recognize that FCL has announced, a goal to reduce GHG emissions. I think it's by 40% 40% of 2015 levels by 2030, and have an overall goal of getting to net zero by 2050. They see this plant as being part of a component of them moving towards those goals. But I would attribute those comments to FCL around that piece.
Thank you. Has administration done any research to account for the claims made by FCL and others regarding net zero, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions? In other words, has it been vetted and analyzed by our internal team?
So I'll make some comments and I'll turn it over to Mr. Kuntz for additional comment. I would note that biodiesel and biodiesel reduction, I think most studies show it helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We know the federal government is intending to introduce a clean fuel regulations in part to drive down greenhouse gas emissions, and I think part of that vision in introducing that legislation is seeing move to other alternative forms of fuel, biodiesel being one, the sole goal of reducing GHG emissions. So I think there is consistency around that piece about having a positive impact. But as I mentioned before, we've not done a deep dive or any significant dive into the plant here. Our intent is to work with them as they more fully develop their plans and build out that plant. But I'll ask Mr. Kuntz if he has any further comment.
Go ahead, Mr.
Through the chair. Yeah, Mr. Lacey is correct. We have not received, I would say, adequate information on the proposed processes or the carbon capture processes that FCL plans on putting into place. So it would really be premature for us to really comment on, you know, the overall greenhouse gas impacts that this development would have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Then my final point actually to administration, consider it an undertaking or a request. Please don't copy and paste findings from industry in a city report on the environment. I think it lacks integrity, and I think it really undermines the capacity of the city to build its own sustainability team and to conduct analysis. Plenty of experts could have done this. It would have been akin to us in our smoking bylaw allowing Philip Morris to provide the science and outcomes of what smoking bans might mean. I think it actually does a lot of reputational harm. If we're going to take this seriously, do the work, provide the assessment, or keep it blank. Right now it says that industry writes its own section for our report and we have to digest it as fact. It needs to be assessed, and it needs to be assessed seriously. I'll give this my support because money is going to come forward. They could certainly buy it in another way, but I think there are some lessons here for how we should craft these reports and take this matter seriously. It's not just about land, it's about the future of the city and energy production. And I think it deserves a lot more attention than what it was given in terms of just copy and pasting industry statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Moll?
Okay, I just have a few comments. My questions were going to surround the railroad, but I thank Councillor Hawkins for asking those. Just want to reiterate one of the comments that was made by one of the speakers. So they said their standard practice is to use local labor hauls first. So I'll just explain that to you because I have a construction background. So of these 1,500 construction jobs, they will go to Regina and surrounding area workers, okay, as well as Saskatchewan workers. They will go there first until all efforts are exhausted, and then they may have to go out of province. But I don't foresee that happening. So this is great for Saskatchewan, this is great for Regina, this is great for new apprenticeships, great for young adults, and great for the existing workforce that needs jobs. So I hope you all support this, as I will be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. For Mr. Lacey, the $5.48 million market value number, I assume that's an approximation of what we figure it would fetch if we put this out to public. What, if anything...
Through you, sorry, yes, thank you for the question. Through you, Deputy Mayor. No, that market value was obtained by going out to an independent appraiser who provided us that market value.
Yeah, thank you. That is useful. So what, if anything, is the harm of us putting this land up for sale for 5.48, and if co-op buys it, great, and if someone offers more, great?
Through you, Deputy Chair, I guess I would say two things. One is it's just not about the sale of the land. I think more significantly it's about the economic opportunity associated with it. And I think that is actually bigger than the actual money that we'll get in from the sale of the land, to be honest. And secondly, it is a little bit about timing and the process around going out to market. So, you know, oftentimes when these opportunities come about, there is some time sensitivity around them. And I know in discussions with co-op, they want to basically get some assurity that that land would be available so that they can start their preliminary engineering and design work, and they basically need to have certainty of the land's available. So it's a timing piece too.
Thank you.
Councillor Shaw, question?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question, a couple of comments, just going off of Councillor LeBlanc's question. Has anybody in the past ever inquired about this, the purchase of this land through the chair?
Mr. Barry? Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Madam Chair, I do not believe so. Not that I'm aware of. I'll ask Mr. Kravets to confirm that.
Mr. Kravets?
Through the chair, no, we had discussions about land much closer to FCL that they are currently leasing, that they had been interested in purchasing a while ago, but we had not progressed any further on that. Other than CFL, we've had no one else express interest in purchasing this land.
So am I safe to say that this isn't a hot piece of real estate that's everybody's wanting through the chair?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think we can only speak to who we've had inquire on the land today.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment. The co-op I grew up, my father told me if you can't buy it at the co-op, you don't need it. I grew up with the love of being on the farm. I'm a farm girl. We did everything at the co-op. We spent hours in the cafeteria at the co-op. They're a part of the community. They employ the people within the community. They invest in the community. And they have a love for the community that they're in and the farmers that feed and water us daily. I strongly recommend us supporting this. This gives us a huge advantage to our economy, this being added to it. I'm very happy to be a part of council that could bring this to life and have this into our economy here in Regina. 900 employees, 300 contract workers, $150 million in salaries and benefits. That's not a small chunk of change. So I strongly wish and hope that council will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. No other questions? Keeps going on enough. Councillor Mancinelli, do you want to close on this?
Yeah, maybe I will.
Okay.
I got to read. I was taking notes. Through the chair, I guess in closing, I just have a couple of comments why this is important. It aligns our environmental and sustainability goals with an energy source and a workforce to accomplish them. It's another proponent and a reason with intent to have the rail lines moved, which many members of our community want so badly. The skills and talent needed to accomplish this project are possessed by many who have been affected by the shift off of fossil fuels in our region. And this project claims to want to look for local workforce first, so this is such a huge, huge thing for our region. And I also wanted to say one thing that wasn't really pounded home was it's also a tenfold return on investment for an investment made by the city over 3 decades ago, which shows some wisdom of our forefathers for what they decided to do with land purchases and everything else. So I think that's nice to see that return come full circle. So those are my closing comments. Thanks for letting me make them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Can we call the vote, please?
Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion is passed 10-1. All councillors are voting in favor of the motion with the exception of Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have one more item on the agenda. EX 2175 2022 City Council and Committee meeting calendar. Can I ask someone from the administration to introduce the report? I believe it's the clerk, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Before you and members of committee is my office's recommendations respecting the 2022 meeting schedule for council and main committees. This is required every year by the procedure bylaw and has changed considerably over the past 4 years. Some members may recall that we used to meet on council met on Monday evenings, and committees were scattered over the rest of the week at alternate times. Then we moved to Wednesdays a couple of years ago with the committees still scattered, and then we put everything on Wednesdays a couple of years ago. These recommendations take into account some of council's previous directions and preferences, and they also reflect what the deputy clerk and I have heard and or witnessed over the past year. For example, some members want more meetings, some would like less. Some have requested earlier distribution of materials, et cetera, et cetera. The number of challenging items before council as the overseer of a $650 million budget is becoming larger and the matters more complex. These recommendations attempt to reconcile and address numerous challenges and limitations. Having said all that, the prerogative is solely council's. Council can change the dates, the meeting times, the number of committees, the size of the committees, et cetera, et cetera. So with that introduction, with your approval, Deputy Mayor, I will just walk council or the committee quickly through the recommendations in each section. Section 1 is requesting approval of the meeting schedule for City Council, and these are all outlined in Appendix A. This particular recommendation reflects that council would meet every second Wednesday beginning at 9 a.m. as opposed to 1 p.m. that we currently operate. The distribution and release of council agendas and materials would be the Friday afternoon 13 days prior to the meeting. That is one additional week for members of the public and members of council and committees to receive and review their materials. Deadline for written submissions from delegations to council would remain 1 p.m. on Thursdays before the council meeting. As you witnessed this morning, we had a couple of long presentations and we did not break for lunch until about 10 to 12, and we have a mandated break at 2 hours and a quarter. So what I'm recommending is that council would recess for 30 minutes after meeting for 3 hours. That will make planning the agendas and lunch a little easier, I believe. And we would have meetings of council adjourned at 5 p.m. or earlier unless a motion is passed to extend the meeting. So essentially you would see council meeting from 9 to 5 every second Wednesday. Second part is Executive Committee. It would also meet every second Wednesday on those alternating weeks. Its distribution and release of materials would be similar to council, being 13 days prior to the meeting, and the same for registering delegations. In this way, council or executive committee would meet on Wednesdays and there would be no committee meetings in the afternoon. So Wednesdays would be completely dedicated to council and executive committee. Part 3 recommends the schedule for Regina Planning Commission, the Community Wellness Committee, and Operations and Community Services. Each of them would meet once per month. Regina Planning Commission would meet on Tuesdays at 4 p.m. and that is in accordance with long-standing practice of a 4 p.m. start date to accommodate citizen members. Community Wellness would meet once a month on Tuesday at 9, and Operations and Community Services would also meet once monthly and Tuesday at 9. Again, with respect to those two committees, if Executive Committee and Council wanted those to meet at 10 o'clock or start at 1 o'clock or 4 o'clock, that is complete within the prerogative of members. Distribution would be Friday afternoon, 12 days prior to the meeting. So again, you're getting another week of materials. Again, we would have committees would adjourn 5 hours after the meeting or unless a motion was passed. And again, see those committees recessing for 30 minutes after meeting for 3 hours to facilitate either lunch or a dinner break. We have some small things to suggest with respect to administrative revisions to the procedure bylaw. That's just respecting when written submissions have to be submitted, 14 days for council and exec and 13 days for the other committees. We would recommend the reference to prayer in the section of the order of business at meetings be removed. That was a decision taken about 5 years ago by the Supreme Court of Canada that struck down the references for prayers in procedures at city council meetings, and it's just something that has never been addressed. And I would also respectfully suggest that we would remove the requirement for council members, administration, and delegations to have to stand when speaking at city council. You've been sitting for the past 18 or 20 months due to COVID, and I think it's becoming practice in that regard. There are other things you can do that I have suggested you could consider as part of the options. You could disband a couple of committees. You could roll in community wellness into exec, because again, that's something that's likely largely of interest to all of you. If you did, you would have executive committee, council, and you would keep the Regina Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is separate and apart under legislation, so I would not contemplate doing anything like that. That's a real high-level overview of this. This is one of the most difficult and challenging things we try to do for you. It's become increasingly complex over the last few years. This is not perfect. This will not meet everybody's needs. But again, this is out there for discussion now. We see this as facilitating keeping Wednesdays free for council and exec, having the other main committees on Tuesdays, and so that you're not here all the time. And another consideration that you could take if you wished, Planning Commission has 3 citizen members. You could also move a motion to reduce the membership on community wellness and operations and community services to 3 members down from 5. Might cause some quorum issues in the future, but again, this is also a means to try and find ways to alleviate the increasing time pressures on each of you. I'm open to questions,
Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
Can I first have someone move this report? Councillor Hawkins. And any questions from members on the report? Councillor Hawkins, you want to go first?
One question.
Sorry.
I have one question. It's not clear to me reading the report what happens to the mandatory break in sessions, halfway through the sessions, so that councillors can go to the washroom.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So what's contemplated, Councillor Hawkins, is that the mandatory break at 2.25 hours would be removed, and there would be a break at 3 hours, and then that would better incorporate the agendas with lunch. Because at any time, a council member can get up and excuse themselves.
That is a terrible answer, Madam Chair. You can't ask people to sit still at the age that some of us are for 3 hours. And it's not satisfactory to have councillors going in and out during meetings, and in particular, if votes are on, it confuses and distorts the vote. We fought very hard under several previous regimes to get a break midway through sessions. I think it's imperative that we do that. If sessions are 3 hours, I think the break should be, 10 minutes halfway through or whatever. Even the kids in school get a recess break for refreshment. So I feel very strongly that there should be a mid-session break, and I would move that amendment. So the amendment would be in any 3-hour session, there'd be a mid-session mandatory break.
So you're moving that as a motion to the report?
As an amendment to the report, I think.
Amendment to the report? So you have that, Deputy Clerk? We'll just wait for that to come up.
Can I just ask him for clarification?
Sure, go ahead.
If I can just ask for clarification, then Councillor Hawkins, you would just like the previous section reinstated, whereby we have a mandatory break after 2.25 hours.
No, that's not it. It looks to me like under this regime, maybe I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk, that say we start at 9 in the morning and we finish at noon for a lunch break, then there should be halfway through, so at, my math's no good here, 1 hour and a quarter or 1 hour and 20 minutes, a 15 or a 10-minute break, a refreshment break, a washroom break. So if, in any 3-hour stretch, I think halfway through, there's got to be a short refreshment break.
Okay, so perhaps then if I can ask, so in any 3-hour session, there be a 10 or 15-minute break at the 90-minute mark? Is that like halfway through?
Sure.
Okay.
So I think that was up on the screen. She's just adjusting it. Councillor Hawkins moved an amendment that a mandatory mid-session recess be called for 15 minutes. Motions don't have to be seconded or executive, right? So, okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Hawkins. Are there any comments or questions on the report? So I've got, how are we going to do this? Because I've got the list of who's in what order.
Just ask people to put their hands up if they want to
Okay. So Councillor Zakibniak.
So for the sake of clarity, I think you're saying that it's not just like at the start of a meeting. Like we have a lunch break. When we return from the lunch break, we also get this 90 minutes after that, we get this 15-minute break. Is that accurate?
Yes, it does. It's a principle here.
Yeah.
That in any 3-hour meeting, there should be a short break mid-session as a refreshment break. Just plain not healthy
Right.
to sit for 3 hours.
Okay, so Amber, I guess you're gonna, I don't know how to word that, but I understand what you're trying to say. I'm not sure that it quite gets at it there, but I understand and support what you're trying to say. I just wanted to make sure I had it clear in my mind. That's all.
So you're suggesting that it's not clear and that we should perhaps say a mandatory 15-minute recess be called at mid-session of every 3-hour block of meeting?
That works?
Just say every 90 minutes. And then get rid of everything else after.
So that would mean every hour and a half of meeting, there would be a break for 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's not that mysterious. We've been doing it for a couple of years now. I think that's, if sessions are going to run 3 hours, I think there should be a break a short break in the middle so that people can go to the washroom, get a glass of water, do anything.
So other comments to this motion amendment? Councillor Brasciani, let's see if I can find you there. Is that the right one? Nope.
Thank you. So I just, sometimes we are in the middle of something, and if we say mandatory, does mandatory, we have to take it right then and there, or, because if we've only got, maybe 5 minutes left in this little thing, it'd be nice to finish that, but if it's mandatory, does that mean we have to stop right then and there?
Mandatory means mandatory, but on the other hand, it's at the chair's discretion to understand when mandatory kicks in. We've been operating, as I say, under this regime without any problem on this point for a couple of years. So I think that if it's a question of 5 minutes before the end of the mandatory, we have to run 5 minutes over on the mandatory break, that's something that each one of us can handle as a chair. I just don't know how to word it in any other way. I do count on the discretion of the chair, but mandatory means mandatory. It has to happen.
Mr. Clerk.
Deputy Mayor, if I just point council to what had originally been printed in 1D, at the end of what had originally been suggested for 3 hours for 30 minutes, it said, with discretion provided to the chair to facilitate the hearing of delegations and/or progress of the report under consideration at that time.
I don't like that, because I think it's better that the discretion be an informal kind of discretion, all of us trusting in the chair, than we put we create the problem, a little like we had this morning where the break just gets squeezed out. This is a break that has to be protected, I think.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak to this amendment? Then I think that we will call a vote on it. Mr. Clerk? It's on automatic payment.
The amendment passes, Deputy Mayor, 10-1. All in favor with the exception of Councillor Shaw.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have nothing further to add other than that I support this.
All right. If your lights are not flashing and you want to speak, please hit your button again. And I do believe that Councillor Zakidniak is the next speaker.
Okay, so I guess I'll just read my comments in order. So if, the proposal here is to switch to all-day meetings, which we've, essentially been doing anyway, but to more formally do so. One question I have is, so what we had been doing, unless I'm mistaken, up until now, is on months where there were 5 Wednesdays, we ended up with a week off of either executive or council. So in this new proposal, that's not happening. So I just, am I mistaken? And if not, why are we proposing to add the extra meeting on the few months where there's 5 Wednesdays?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure that there was anything calculated about it, Councillor Zahidniak. All we did was we looked at the calendar and we just started slotting in meetings starting, I think, with the second week in January. So there was no overt reason. We just kept going on a rote all the way through. The dates worked quite well this year because there were no stat holidays falling on distribution days or meeting days. And then we kept the breaks in the summer. So
okay.
I would just say it just occurred that way.
Okay. So I don't, I think it only ends up being 2 extra meetings this year, but it sort of goes to the larger point that I want to make, which is, with this possible switching to all-day meetings formally, and just the extra demands on council, I think that it's either time or nearing time to consider what the demands of the position are, like how many hours a week being a counselor entails. Is it the case that within the new process that has been set up, that I believe, my understanding is that every 4 years there is a committee that considers not just wages of council, but also the time demands of being a counselor? Is that accurate? Is this a process that will occur as part of the election review that's scheduled every 4 years? Or not election review, but the review of the position?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's not tied to the elections. It's tied to a review of the committee structure. And so the committee structure gets looked at. And yet over the last 2 or 3 years, we have reviewed the committee structure as part of this meeting calendar. The committee structure and the procedure bylaw pretty well go hand in hand because they're both so reliant on each other. So that's when the larger discussion could take place.
Sorry, I guess what I'm saying is there was a committee set up to consider how much counselors were being paid. And I believe as part of that process, it was also there was a determination of what was the average amount that councillors were spending per week on council tasks.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, the Compensation Review Committee for members of council was struck, and then it will be reviewed again prior, I think there's a schedule where the remuneration itself is looked at every 8 years before an election on a scale. There had been talk at the committee, or at the review commission, about going down the road of, when does one ask the question of, do you go to full-time members? Do you increase the number of awards? All those kind of things. But there was no final determination made on that.
And that's not part of this regular review at this point?
No, I would respectfully say that we would need some direction from council as to whether they wanted that explored or not.
Okay. And so I thought it was every 4 years, but it's every 8 years that this committee will be reviewing? And you said prior to an election. So the next time this happened in 2020?
I think there's if I don't have it in front of me, and it was a while ago, but there's a pattern in there where they get reviewed, and the city manager has to strike a committee to look at what the salary ranges or the salaries of these comparator municipalities across the country are. But again, the comparators those are financial comparators. Outside of the large metropolitan cities, I don't believe most councils are full-time.
I think what I might do is, in terms of that process, instead of trying to continue to work this out with you on the floor, just look into to get a better understanding of that process at another time. So my next question is, is this the only time that we're sort of opening up the procedure bylaw this year for now, like that's planned? That this is our examination of the procedure bylaw?
At this point in time, that's what's contemplated, and it's largely to set next year's meeting schedule. But again, at any time, council can direct that a further or more extensive review of the procedure bylaw be undertaken.
Okay. Now, I noted in one of the options, I don't remember which one, this may have been a typo, that mentioned that another potential option was putting RPC to Tuesday mornings at 9. But I also heard you say and agree that it's important to keep that to 4 p.m. for those members who are not councillor members. So I just wanted to note that may have been a typo, but it is included as another option.
Well, I think it's both. It could be a typo, it could be an option. There's nothing saying that Planning Commission has to be at 4, but that has been the long-standing practice to accommodate the 8 of 11 citizen members. And so that's why the recommendation, moving it from, it used to be on Thursdays, then it was on Wednesdays. Now we're saying let's put it on Tuesdays, but keeping that 4 p.m. start date.
Okay. So I think my only other comment at this moment is I think this is appropriate under this conversation. I would like some more clarity. I think this is an undertaking about how our nomination process, not for councillors, but for resident members to committees, how that process works, what is considered aside from, we have an equity table where we know which boxes applicants meet on the equity table. But I would just like some more, I've noticed that some of our partners have a very clear process where it's talking about what skills are being looked for whenever they're recruiting folks. So I'm wondering if I don't know if there is more clarity or if it's kind of at the discretion of whoever the chair is or the recommendations being made. But I would like to have, not in this meeting today, but some more clarity provided about our existing process. Could that be a potential undertaking?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we have a report coming before Executive Committee in 2 weeks' time in private session to go over all the nominees for 2022, and we can explain and expand upon that at that time.
Sure, that's a good start. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have an amendment to make that's hopefully will be very quick. And I'm going to ask Acting Deputy Mayor Dan LeBlanc to take the chair for a moment.
No, it's okay. You can just.
I can stay here? Okay. So Amber has it. It's very simple. As I was going through the procedure, since we're opening up the procedure manual, it's not just about the committee schedule, but removing prayer, et cetera. There's also, throughout the procedural bylaw, references to he and his. It's only male pronouns. And so I would propose that we change all of them to they and their. And I hope that's clear, but that's just basically, especially when it's referenced to the mayor, it always refers to he and his. And this would make it gender neutral rather than picking he, she, et cetera, et cetera. So I am moving that amendment. Is there any comments or discussion on that? Yes, Ms. Dan LeBlanc.
I just see there's some portions of the bylaw that says his or her, so it would say they or her, just
Okay.
if we can tighten up that language, so
Okay.
I don't know what
So
that
if
might
you
look
just
like.
suggest that all references to he, his, she, and her be removed.
Okay, so then, did you catch that? Yeah, so then we just add she and her would also be removed. I didn't notice that, but I did notice the he and his. All right, any comments? Questions? Can we call the vote, Mr. Clerk? Oh, sorry, question, yes, Councillor Shaw.
Oh, bring it back.
Yes, Councillor Shaw?
I just can't see the,
Oh,
there it
okay.
is. Okay, so it says here, I didn't even realize this, so thank you. Reference to he, his, she, and her, to they and their.
Yeah.
Isn't they and their plural though? Like, how would that be?
It is increasingly now used to be gender neutral so that it refers to someone who might not consider themselves by he or her. And they do, so
But they're
then
not plural.
it's
It's one
also
person.
singular in a neutral, gender neutral terminology.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's not grammatically perfect, but Councillor Stadnichuk is correct, that is becoming the commonplace word for inclusive addressing people.
That's gonna sound funny. My English teacher in grade school would be very disappointed. Is there any way of, so that's what we're supposed to use, they and their, instead of, if there's nothing singular? No, okay, that's fine.
All right. Okay, can we call the vote? Oh, he's there.
Ask him which way he votes.
Sorry, can you, Councillor Hawkins, state how you voted?
Yes, it just disappeared from my screen, that's all.
Don't. All right. Councillor Stevens. Oh, wait, do you have to report the vote?
Just do it again.
Okay.
Yeah, we're redoing the vote.
Next time you just take your vote away.
Councillor Bresciani, have you voted? Again, yes, sorry.
The amendment passes unanimously 11-0, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, please.
Thank you. I'm going to request of the chair that we vote on recommendation 3 separately. I'm going to vote against it, specifically items A, B, C, which refer to the Tuesday meeting schedule. Should it be defeated, my proposal will just go to status quo, so we stay with Wednesday. My rationale is pretty simple and selfish. I cannot manage meetings all the time. Wednesdays have actually worked. I've already planned my entire next year around it. Presumed that we wouldn't be doing this every single year. So I'm just going to stick with the status quo, and we can go back to the calendar. But I just want to request that we vote on 3 separately.
All right. Okay. You're going to explain? Go ahead.
Councillor Stevens, perhaps I don't see anything wrong with you moving an amendment that 3A, B, and C be removed and that the reversion go to the status quo. That's what you're going for. That's going to get you to the same place.
I'll put that amendment on.
All right. So while Deputy Clerk is putting that up, okay, you're
So
going to
through you,
explain?
Deputy Mayor, if Councillor Stevens' amendment passes and we revert to the status quo, then the Planning Commission will meet on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Community Wellness will meet Wednesdays at 9 a.m. and Operations and Community Services will meet on Wednesdays at 2 p.m.
Is that wording clear?
It is for us, yes.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak to that particular motion? Okay, there's a hands up. Councillor Mole. Oh, sorry, you don't need to second it,
Okay, well, I was going to make the motion myself.
but
So-
there's a motion on the floor right now,
Yeah,
so.
I'm going to speak to it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of me. Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. I completely agree with Councillor Stevens. I got used to the Wednesday schedule, and I think we should have a 1 p.m. council meeting. I believe delegates have an increased opportunity to come in the afternoon or late afternoon, and so this is my preference by far. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And who else? There's a number of other hands that came up here. Councillor LeBlanc. You need your mic on there.
I'm broadly in favor of the amendment. My only concern is if we revert to status quo on the community wellness, that will conflict with either council or executive on Wednesday. So I think we need to then find a new time for community wellness, or else we have to reject some of 1, which has council starting at 9 a.m.
Okay, the clerk would like to
Right.
speak to this.
That's a valid point, Councillor Mole, as we are looking at council meeting every Wednesday and council or executive every Wednesday. Again, at this point in time, the recommendation is they start at 9 o'clock. For example, if exec started at 1, then you could potentially have it. Like, you can see the juggling we have to continue to do here.
Is that it for you, Councillor LeBlanc? Any other comments?
It is, and to be honest, unless someone can come up with different language, I'm planning to vote in favor because I agree with the thrust, but it is going to create an inconsistency, I think, and maybe we can sort that out later, but I think there will be one.
Just leave it, Councillor.
Okay.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we can take this into account And then what we can do is, this is coming back to council next week. We can, at that time, outline if there's any other further problems, because we do have time to enact the bylaw prior to the end of December.
Okay, Councillor Shaw?
So just to, no, I'm talking about the planning committee, so we'll keep the planning meetings on Tuesday at 4. Are you making a change to that, Councillor Stevens? To the chair?
So the status quo currently is pretty much everything on Wednesday. So that includes all of those committees.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for simplicity, it's what we're doing now. I want to continue. That's the amendment here.
So, well, planning committee then doesn't have anything to do with this because we're always on Tuesdays.
Wednesday.
Oh, right, yeah, today's Wednesday.
Yeah, I know it's skipped around.
Well, I would just like to comment
Okay.
that everybody that was told that this is a part-time job, it's not. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
I wonder if so this is just setting the meeting schedule for this next year. I wonder if another possibility, I don't know if this makes sense or not, but the schedule of the meeting schedule to be determined by the councillors who sit on those committees. So let's say, for example, Regina Planning Commission has 3 members. If those 3 members have decided that it meets their needs to meet on Wednesdays, great. If those 3 members choose by like a majority vote that they'd rather move it to Tuesdays, would that be a potential other route instead of having everybody weigh in on committees that they're not even necessarily sitting on?
Do you have a comment?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I suppose, Councillor, that could work. The problem is that, particularly with Planning Commission, you have citizen members who like to have some certainty. And it used to be in the past where council members did not select the committee dates until January or February every year, and that became very problematic. So that's why we encapsulate them all now in one fell swoop, because it's ultimately council members who are deciding those anyways. And this year, we're doing the calendar in advance so that when we come to you in 2 weeks' time with your 2022 committee appointments, you're aware of what those meeting dates are, and you can and nominate yourselves accordingly.
Okay, so I'm struggling with this a bit, and because we all have to individually evaluate this proposal. And, you know, I'm a counselor who's fortunate enough to not have another position that I'm juggling with this. So for me, the status quo doesn't work that well. Like, so, and I've noted this to several folks, like specific to the days where we have operations and community services, but even more so when we have Regina Planning Commission. And this meeting, we're going to wrap up at 3 something and then roll right into Regina Planning Commission. And so, not selfishly, what I will say in terms of that is I find it hard. I don't think that, you know, somebody who's been meeting all day and then goes straight into another meeting is going to be giving things the due diligence that's required in that circumstance. So I understand the demand on counselor schedules, and it's perhaps the answer is not just to flip the days around, but the answer to address this for this coming year may then be embedded in one of the other options that you have proposed within this report. I don't know if you have a response to that.
If I can just, through you, Deputy Mayor, that was primarily the reason behind the recommendation 3A, B, and C, to put Regina Planning Commission on Tuesday, so you do not have those horrendous days with Planning Commission and RP and Exec. And then we also suggested that we move operations because a 9 o'clock Exec and a 2 o'clock operations on the same day was being problematic. That was the reason for the recommendation 3 to move those committees to Tuesday.
Yeah, and I guess I also, for those of us, like for folks who wish to maintain the status quo, like it's difficult we don't all have the same stake in this outcome. So meaning that if you choose not to sit on any of the committees, then if this change doesn't impact you, then those who do. So I'm not really sure how to move forward here. I mean, we have an amendment on the floor. I don't support the amendment, but I can certainly appreciate why it was moved.
Councillor Bresciani.
Okay, so I just want to, I think it's very important to understand, I think, why we have these committees. We've moved into a place where now we have executive and council 2 times a month. We've done that in the last year, and I am concerned. I'm concerned with people who have a full-time job, and then you try and come and read a 1,000-page report. And yet we're trying to shove everything into one day. Where does the priority become? I raise this with emotion because I want to make sure that the public has advance notice. That's why we're here. That's our job. It's not to accommodate us. And when it becomes to accommodate us, then I think really we have to analyze the job to start saying, this now has become a full-time job, which we've said that last term. This is no surprise. But when you add in the 2 times a month, the new councillors don't know any different. We do, who have sat here for the last term, to see an administration. It has doubled up the time. It has. So I can't imagine working a full-time job and then working this as well. My point is this. I'm not interested in moving anything to one day because we owe that to the public. We owe the time to read the reports. We owe the time to have them be here. I'm not sure a 9 o'clock start is a good way to engage the public. If they can be here, if they're working, I think we've had this discussion over and over. But I would like to ask the clerk, how many councils actually do we know of that actually have 2 council meetings and 2 executives in 1 month? Do we have that information?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't have that offhand, Councillor Bresciani. What I can tell you is that larger cities, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, etc., they may have a meeting once a month or every 3rd week. But again, those members are full-time. They have staff members that are each in their offices, etc. Saskatoon, for the last number of years, has completely set aside Monday for their meetings. They have committee meetings twice on a Monday, then 2 more on a Monday, then their equivalent of executive committee on the 3rd Monday of the month, and then they have an all-day council meeting, sometimes from 9 in the morning till 11 at night. So it's very difficult to find a magic solution to all of this. Council did have the discussion a few years ago about moving from a 5:30 start to a 1 o'clock start because we typically met Monday evenings. There were a number of years when I first started that the calendar never changed year to year. But then as things have become increasingly complex, and if Mr. Holden was here today, he would tell you that he is one of the supporters of more meetings because, in his opinion, administration is not finding the time with council to get all the business done that needs to get done. So that, again, another reason why the recommendation was to go for 2 exec, 2 council, and then to move everything off another day to give people a bit of a breather.
Okay. So I just, back to the amendment, I cannot support that amendment for that reason. And I guess the last point is that, well, I'll wait till we, I guess, do the amendment. I'll speak to it after.
All right, I have, it is 2:45.
We have a hard stop at 3:30.
And I have Councillor Mancinelli, and so you're speaking to the amendment, right? Okay. There you go.
I just wanted to touch base on the doubled up council meetings, doubled up executive meetings. Has administration tracked to see the workload achieved by council? Do we have a measurable increase in the amount of work accomplished in the last year with the doubled up meetings?
Well, there's two answers to that, Councillor Mancinelli, one of which I'm not going to wade into, and that is the quality of decisions, because that's very subjective, and the outcomes. What I can tell you is that we have an increasing number of large, complex reports. We also have a number of large reports that are coming before committee and council that are both initiating huge delegation lists, whether it's body rubs, conversion therapy, those kind of matters. And so council is taking up sometimes 8, 10, 12 hours on one item over 2 or 3 meetings. So is that an anomaly? It could be. We may not be facing those kind of things over the next couple of years. But again, it's very anecdotal at this time. But I think it is fair to say that there are a lot of issues. And democracy is not a perfect beast, because people want to talk and debate and have their say. And that's part of the reason why you're here, and that's why we're doing what we can to facilitate the best run meetings we can.
Thank you. The purpose of the committee, is that not to vet the subject matter coming before council to get some of the work out of the way? If we're doubling up between committee and council with the same subject matter, the same delegates coming out to speak with the same subject matter at both, are there any municipalities or areas that have found a work around this type of a problem for the time spent towards it?
There would be, through you, Deputy Mayor, there would be a number of ways you could address that, Councillor Mancinelli. First of all, to your earlier position, yes, committees are there to essentially do the heavy lifting and to also do it in a less formal way. So there is no time limit. You know, you can speak more often, you can ask questions repeatedly, those kind of things. That's the benefit of the committee. And it also aids the members of public who don't feel quite as constrained by the formal rules of council. Having said that, there have been concerns raised or complaints raised over the number of years about the instances where we have the same delegations coming 2, 3, and 4 times. There's a couple of ways council could address that. Council could dictate that delegations are only heard at committees, and that council meetings are dedicated just to members of council discussing the findings and the reports from those various committees. Conversely, you could have all delegations come to council and not to committees, or you could be perhaps, it would be a little more challenging, but we would have to track to say if you came to committee, then you're not speaking at council, those kind of things. Having said that, council in the past has always had some concerns about that, because it's been felt that that cuts off people's access to council, or they weren't available to speak at executive committee or planning commission, and so we need to afford them an opportunity to speak to council, because about 99% of decisions require council approval. There's very little delegated authority to committees.
Thank you for that.
All right, there are no more speakers. My only comment that I want to make is that it almost seems like this would be better resolved through a workshopping process where we could look at all of the different options, but we have a motion on the floor. So let's take the vote. Mr. Clerk.
Deputy Mayor, the amendment is approved, 8-3. Those in favor of the motion, Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, LeBlanc, Moll, Stadnicek, and Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, and Zakidniak.
All right, thank you. Do we deal with another part of the report, or is this?
Oh, we're back to the main motion.
We're back to the main motion now. Any speakers on the main motion? I have Councillor Zakidniak.
Just to follow up on the comment that Councillor Stadnicek just made, is there the possibility for us sort of like exploring how to improve some of our processes in a different format, like through some sort of workshop? Could we explore doing that instead? So, because now we have the status quo, which is fine, but I don't believe we've addressed any of the problems that you folks were trying to address through this report.
we could certainly do a workshop going forward. I'd respectfully say that we're getting pretty late in the year to be doing it this year. So again, that is something we could do. Again, I'd respectfully caution you that that is not necessarily going to meet everyone's needs either. This is very difficult, with the exception of the mayor, who's full-time and assures me that she can make anything work in her calendar. Trying to juggle and reconcile the interests of 10 councillors is exceedingly difficult. But that doesn't mean we can't try.
Okay. I'll just leave that for now. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So I do want to say thank you to the clerk for putting the advance notice. I think that's very important.
That's your method.
Thank you. I want to ask about, though, where does the start come in? Can we ask administration to bring back recommendations of looking at council positions to be full-time and the salary that would go with that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, as far as I'm concerned, a motion from council to direct my office to investigate the implications and potential timing of that could be done. It will be a considerable amount of work, but that's not the major issue. It's not even an administrative issue. I mean, there will be financial implications to it. It's going to be more of the political considerations out there in the community. But with a direction, my office would undertake whatever task we need to do.
Thank you. We've been talking about this for a long time. And I think, and I'll say this, the previous council made a tough decision. But I think now that you're in the positions to see the salary raise that you all got was absolutely necessary. To have a position like this in the $30,000 or the $40,000 at the time. And many of those lost their position because of it. So I would say that it's a good discussion to have. And yes, we have to also understand where the electorate is, but I would also say that it's time to have a discussion about this being a full-time dean position. And there's two reasons for it. Someone had asked me at one time, why would you ever want your city councillor working on your behalf on a part-time position? Wouldn't you want them working on your behalf on a full-time position? So I'm going to make a motion that I ask that administration bring back a report with any, I guess if there's also any added costs as well to that, in considering councillor positions to be full-time, and cost implications as well as, so recommendations, and also I think consulting with other municipalities in that as well. And, I mean, this can come in six months, or, like, it's not, doesn't, I mean, you're busy, I know that, so.
Right.
But this is something that needs some and I'd just like to ask Mr. Clerk, or if there is an ask for this, extra staff or whatever, I guess that could be brought back. If there is an extra ask for a budget or something, if this can't be done in-house, or if there's going to be an extra cost, can I ask the clerk to respond?
Okay. Mr. Clerk? Oh, sorry, you're off.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councillor Bresciani, I would suggest that we'll come back at the end of Q3, before the end of Q3 of next year. We can do this research. And what we would do is we would outline some of the parameters by which the jurisdictions with full-time councillors, what their staff typically look like. I am familiar, for example, with Toronto, that they're each given a budget of so many hundreds of thousands of dollars. and it's up to them if they want to hire 3 people at 90,000 or 5 people at 60. So those are the kind of things that we would outline for you.
I would ask, just so we're comparing apples to apples, that we would compare, if we can, comparative cities. Toronto's a lot larger than we are, so they would have a larger budget, obviously. But just something that it's comparable. Yeah, I think that's fair. Thank you.
All right. There's a motion on the amendment on the floor. Does anyone want to speak to that amendment? Councillor Shaw, you are this one.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, I'd just like to, just to clarify this, because I was thinking of this actually last night. Councillors don't have anybody to help us. They have nobody to answer our emails. We have nobody to book reservation. It is us. We have one person that helps all of us. Would this also include possibly, I'm just thinking of all different ways, so maybe keeping council at our $50,000 and part-time, but the cost of maybe adding each of us to have an administration assistant instead of moving us up to full-time. Is that an option? I don't know. I'm actually asking because I don't know. This is my first time being a counselor.
Wait, sorry, your mic's on.
I think that Mr. Nicol indicated that he would bring back options as to what other jurisdictions are doing. Some councillors may have support. They'll bring back salaries, they'll bring all that. But the intent is to actually look at this as a deemed full-time position and then look at whatever other supports other councillors or councils get. So they could have assistance, they could have that, and that'll be deemed also by the salary they get as well. Yeah.
Okay, is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Stevens wanted to speak on this. You are third one there.
Yeah. So as fun as it would be to talk about our salaries again, I'm going to suggest that we've already done this work. In fact, I agree with the concern, Councillor Bresciani. The clerk has already provided us that report. It was a salary review premised on the workload that we're actually doing and how we compare. The full-time question can simply be a matter of changing whatever rules apply and just say you're not allowed to have another job. There are councillors in Saskatoon who are paid more than us with the same premise that should be full-time. They have other work because they choose to. Or the council position pays remarkably less than their other job. I don't agree this is going to do anything, and that's my concern. The other comment around we get no help, I respectfully disagree. There are 6 chairs there, and there are almost everybody in them, and they help us all the time. We have a clerk's office. Service Regina deals with a vast majority of concerns. We do get a lot of help. We're not going to be a city like Toronto where you have massive amounts of staff.
No.
They have hundreds of thousands of constituents. So I'm not supporting this simply because I have that report. We all have that report. And it's just a matter of, and the clerk can provide it to us. That report, that research has been done. I think it's just a matter of in 2023, 2024, you'll see what the salary is. And then going into the next election, you make a decision, is that what I want to do for my full-time career? It will be at the average annual income for Regina. That's where it's going to be, I think. So with respect to Councillor Bresciani, I won't support it because I have that information. I think councillors can make that determination. I can find a balance. All I'm asking for is a Wednesday meeting day.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else want to speak to this? Councillor, I'm like tired. Mancinelli, sorry.
Thank you very much. Andrew made a point that I also was going to make. The report is fairly recent. It was just on the heels of the election when this council came to being. Over and above that, I'd like to speak up in favor of what Councillor Shaw brought to light. I think things have changed somewhat. I know myself I really could use some administrative assistance in this position, especially for things such as social media, the engagement side with the people. A little bit of behind-the-scenes help with that would go a long way in making the position a little bit easier to manipulate between all of the responsibilities of the position and outside the position. One thing as a part-time counselor I really want to stress is having myself rooted in day-to-day work The meeting's been too long for sure. Rooted in day-to-day work outside of council, really pulls forth the obligations and the responsibilities and, you know, what everyone else goes through in the community as well. You're not off on a ledge by yourself. So I think that's important for me in the thinking of these matters and how I work through them. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay. So, Deputy, Mr. Clerk?
If I can just address a couple of your questions, Councilor Mancinelli. In one way, we have restructured the support of the last 2 or 3 weeks in the councilors area. So we now have 3 people that will be largely dedicated to you and your fellow councilors first before they worry about what Amber and I need. Secondly, the allowances for council in terms of your communications and your office policy, your office allowances, have largely remained unchanged for a number of years. I believe your wide-ranging communication allowance is $10,000 a year, and your office expenses is $3,800 a year. Those, particularly the $3,800, has not changed in many years. During budget consideration, for example, you could put forward a motion on the floor of the budget to ask for your communications allowance to be increased, say by $5,000 or $10,000. That allowance is relatively flexible. You could use that to get assistance to hire somebody on contract to monitor your social media and do those kind of things. We're trying to find ways to help you because your means of communication are no longer the same as they were 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. So that's something for you to think about.
So are you good? You're good? Okay. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Councillor Stevens is correct. These subjects were reviewed 2 years ago, and there's a report. Perhaps the clerk can distribute it to everyone. But I also want to make an additional point. I don't believe that the public has any stomach at all for this debate. I think that they're not inclined to have us relabel our positions, and they're satisfied that with the raise that came before the election and with the mechanism for reviewing that periodically, we've done the work that we have to do. I think we should get on to other things, and I'm not in favor of this.
All right, thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, are you wanting to speak to this amendment? Yes?
So, so what I've heard is that some of the things proposed in this motion have been addressed with the report that came before previous council that can be distributed to all of us. I've also heard that there's some things that folks have indicated may not be in that report in relation to additional supports. With those comments in mind, I think this question is to the mover of the amendment. Are you still, I don't know what's in that report. So is there a revision, do you think, that might address some of the concerns but still fill in some of the gaps that aren't in the previous report?
Thank you. Yes. So we did get a report that did come before council, and that I could support that we could share that. I forgot about that. It was quite in-depth, and that could be shared, so I'd be fine with that. But I would agree, though, that support to council and looking at different mechanisms in that way would be helpful. Mm-hmm. So if it's adjusting it to is there even a need to the clerk just to ask to share that information with staff, but also look into supports for council?
Mr. Clerk?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, the report would have been from August of 2020, I believe. I can forward that to members. I will emphasize that report was primarily looking at a mechanism to review salaries for councillors in the comparator jurisdictions. That was its focus, and that was the formula and the proposal that was finally adopted in the fall of 2020. With respect to the other matters, again, I can provide a bit of additional work for them or information for you with respect to identifying some support positions. But again, it would be along the lines of if you want more support, for example, in communications and perhaps finding someone to monitor your social media, the easiest way would be to make a motion on the floor of council during the budget to get that allowance increased. We have talked about it before. If there was interest, we could approach the Johnson Shoyama School. Perhaps we could have 2 students, except they wouldn't work for you, Councillor. I mean, that would be an option too, if councillors feel that they need research assistance. But if you're looking for admin and communications assistance, the easiest way would be to move a motion to increase your allowances to compensate for that.
Okay, so it sounds like to me then, based on what the clerk said, that this amendment has not been addressed, that this is not a duplication of the previous report. Is that your position?
Well, through you, Deputy Mayor, I think Councillor Hawkins hit it on the head with what I was trying to say earlier. The nub of this entire discussion is going to be the degree to which there's any positive feedback from the community or otherwise. We can come up with this. Again, the number of full-time council positions across the country, I would suspect, is largely in the major metropolitan cities. And so, again, it's going to be a matter of, it's a very subjective tool by which you and your colleagues on the committee or council would say that you should be full-time or not. But again, the report that I'll share with you from the Compensation Review Commission may give you a sense of what other jurisdictions are paying for councillors in a similar less than full-time position.
Okay. I'm still prepared to support the amendment as it's written because I don't think all of this is covered in the previous report. So if the mover wishes to leave it, I still plan to support it. And in addition, and regarding the supports that were mentioned, although we could move an amendment during the budget process, as just mentioned, there are multiple options. There's the option of just increasing our personal budgets, but there's also an option of getting help from the Johnson Shoyama or other students, or there's multiple options that we could be exploring. So I would prefer to see those rather than move something in the budget without having the chance to explore all the options. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Good. Councillor Shaw?
Thank you, Councillor Skinny. Actually, that kind of answers my question. So I didn't want to be making you guys redo something that some councillors had said we already have, but obviously we don't have all the information. I would like to add, though, that from the public, it looks like we're in 2 days of meetings, but they don't see the 1,000-page reports that we have to read. They don't see all the events that we have to go to. We don't have to go to them, but we owe that to other people in our community to show up at these events. That's very important to me. I didn't get paid to go out in my water boots to go help somebody unplug their drain on their street. I mean, that's just, it depends on how hard you want to work and what you want to do. And I feel that, I mean, you look at other boards and other companies, board of directors, what they get paid to run a multi-million-dollar company is not $50,000. I'd appreciate this report coming back, but I would also appreciate council discussing the, I don't even know if it's a full-time position, but something to compensate us. I had to slow down on my other job. I couldn't work more, so I had to take a pay decrease in my other job to be here and to put in a decent job for the people in my ward and to be with the people in my ward. So I really appreciate this. I will support this motion, Councillor Brasciani, and I would like more talks around this as to some communication, administration help, and things that we can have, the tools that we can have to do better for the people in our community, in our wards. Thank you.
All right. I'll was hoping we could take the vote. Councillor Bershani?
Thank you. So I've heard from a few councillors that also council supports might be something that, as our administration is looking at other municipalities, and it's not just like salaries. That's not where I'm deemed here. I'm actually looking at the whole encompassing of what do they have within their positions and budgets as well. I know Saskatoon budgets are much different than our budgets. So if we don't take away a full-time, we might take away some supports. So we might say, well, their communication budget can be also used to do this and this and this compared to ours isn't. So I'm going to remain, but do I have to add in there support to councillors as well? Or is that something you understand? Okay. Yeah, and there's another reason that I think this is important. We know that this takes time. I would like to see this in place if we're going to move forward for the next council. And that is, this takes time. So when people know that they want to run, I want to make sure that they understand what they're going into. So they don't come in with a full-time job and think they can do this, and then they realize that. So if it is deemed that it's a full-time, then it's true, it's clear, and they understand what the job is. So that's why I'm going to leave it here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No more comments. Let's call the vote, please. On the amendment.
Deputy Mayor, the amendment is passed 7-3. Voting in favor, Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakitniak, and Moll. Those against, Councillors Hawkins, Mancinelli, and Stadnichuk, and the Mayor is absent from the vote.
All right. Now we go to the main report as amended.
Anybody else?
Any more comments, or are we good for comments? Can we call the vote on the main motion? All right, let's call the vote for the main the report as amended.
I think it's right. Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0. All councillors are in favor. Mayor Masters is away from the vote.
All right, thank you. I was going to call for a resolution for private session. It is 3:15. We have to end by 3:30. What, Deputy, Mr. Clerk, do we continue into private
There
session?
are a couple of procedural matters that were going to be dealt with in private session. If you choose to adjourn, we will take care of those, and we don't need to meet. One of them is just voting something off that was already dealt with. Okay, then you need about 5 minutes.
Okay, I need a motion to move into private session. Councillor Stevens. Any opposed? Say that. A motion to recess for 5 minutes. A motion to, okay, Councillor Mancinelli. I think that's just so that people can.
And we need the media out.